6:30 having arrived, we'll call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, November 17th, 2020. We'll ask staff to keep their own microphones muted, please. It seems to me that I do not have the unmute all function. So thank you very much. So we will unmute everyone.
That'd be good. I'm actually on a Zoom.
And we will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Tierney?
Here.
Verveer?
Here.
Abbas is excused. Alboris? Alder Alboris? Balde?
Yes.
Vidar?
Present.
Carter?
Present.
Evers?
Here.
Foster?
Here.
Furman?
Present.
Harrington McKinney?
Present.
Heck?
Here.
Hennick?
Present.
Kemble?
Here.
Lemmer?
Here.
Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
Here.
Rummel?
Present.
Skidmore?
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have one.
Thank you. I'll ask staff to mute. Oh, actually, I have the ability to mute, but not to unmute, apparently. And I will then ask our tech facilitators to read the instructions, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and tech facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the council, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And since Vice President Abbas is absent this meeting, could you please make Alder Badar co-host so she can second items? Alder Alboris?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that you were having trouble hearing me, Nikki, so I just wanted to make sure that you got me.
Well, note you as being present. Thank you, Alder. All right. So then we will move to suspension of the rules. President Carter.
Suspension of the rules 2.04, order of business 2.05, introduction of business 2.24, ordinances, and 2.25, resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of suspension of the rules? Seeing no objection, the rules are suspended. And that brings us to item number 1, which is Legistar 62774, an appointing resolution. President Carter.
I move adoption of Legistar 62774.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. Extend congratulations to our newest alder. Welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nasra Wahelie.
Welcome, Alder Wahelie. And we are going to have your swearing in now. So I will turn it over to the clerk.
Hi, Alder. Could you please raise your right hand? And then I'm just going to read the oath of office. So do you solemnly affirm that you will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin, and the Charter of the City of Madison, and perform the duties of Common Council member in and for the 7th Aldermanic District, City of Madison, to the best of your ability?
I do.
Excellent. That's all. The signed copy of this oath of office will be on file in the clerk's office. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Alder.
Thank you.
Welcome to the council. All right, and that will take us to item number 2 on our agenda today, which is Legislature 62991, an honoring resolution. Alder Rummel, would you like to make this motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the honoring resolution commending Becky Steinhoff.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder, did you wish to read the resolution?
Definitely. Thank you. Whereas Becky Steinhoff was a social work intern in 1988 when she first started teaching elementary after school at what was then the Atwood Community Center. And whereas within 5 years, Becky was made director of the center. And whereas Becky created a place where everyone is welcomed and respected, bringing vision, boundless energy, possibility thinking, heart, and humor to every initiative she takes on. And whereas under Becky's leadership, the budget increased from $250,000 to $6.5 million. The staff grew from 3 full-time staff to more than 100 full-time, part-time, and volunteer staff, including many young people getting their first job experience. The center expanded from one building on Atwood Avenue to a campus with 2 beautifully renovated historic industrial buildings with more than 77,000 square feet. The center's annual Thanksgiving basket drive went from serving 300 families to nearly 4,000. The center grew from serving hundreds annually to providing programs and resources to more than 35,000 people every year. The center's Girl Network Power became Girls Inc. and then Girls Inc. of Greater Madison, now helping more than 1,000 girls across the city become strong, smart, and bold. The TeenWorks program has helped high school students discover they like learning, school doesn't have to suck, and work can be rewarding. And the older adult program grew from meals and bingo to offering cooking classes, tech ed, Tai Chi, and more. And whereas while Becky may be stepping down from her role as executive director of the Goodman Community Center, the Becky effect will endure, making our community stronger at this special place she was instrumental in creating. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and common council commend Becky Steinhoff on her many achievements and contributions as executive director of the Goodman Community Center and congratulate her on her retirement.
Thank you, Alder. We do have one registrant in support, Allison Lindsay Morris of Bashford Ave, not wishing to speak. Is there any discussion?
I do, wait.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. When I first read this, I cried, but I'm so glad I didn't cry when reading it aloud to all of you. Becky has been an amazing leader on the East Side. Now I can cry. And I know that her, everyone will miss her, but she's going to lead with her heart in her next endeavors. And her vision and tenacity will benefit all of us as she moves forward. And I have so many stories about how Becky could help the alder moved things forward, but I won't wear us down with all my anecdotes. But she's been fun to work with, and she pushes, and look what she's accomplished. I'm so proud to have her, to honor her tonight.
Thank you, Alder.
But I thought she was going to attend, but maybe she didn't make it on the Zoom call. And she was really thrilled to learn about this, and we'll mail her the paper copy.
Thank you, Alder. I don't see her in the attendee list, but hopefully she's watching on the award-winning City channel. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I too think the world of Becky and congratulate her on her many accomplishments for our community, and appreciate Alderperson Rummel for bringing this resolution forward. I simply would request without objection that all members of the Common Council be made a co-sponsor of the resolution, please.
Thank you, Alder. I'm not seeing any objections, so I'd ask the clerk to make myself and all members of the council a co-sponsor of the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. All right, seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 2. We have no petitions or communications, and we have, just double checking, no early public comment. So that will take us to the consent agenda. President Carter?
At this time, the consent agenda will be moved with the recommended action listed for each item except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, 2, items which require an extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent, and 3, items which alderpersons have separated out for discussion/debate purposes. Agenda items 4 through 19 are public hearing items. Item 4, Legistar 61929, substitute. Item 12, 62643, substitute. The following are extraordinary items. Extraordinary vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item 62, Legistar 62620. Item 63, Legistar 62622. Item 66, Legistar 62670. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Item 81, Legistar 61594, adopt with additional conditions. Item 87, 62652, additional referral to the Transportation Commission. Item 103, Legistar 62930. There's a new business referral for the purpose of introduction of an alternate resolution. Item 104, 62947, additional referral to the Transportation Commission. Item 105, Legistar 62948, additional referral to the Transportation Commission. Item 107, Legistar 62964, additional referral to the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. Item 109, Legistar 62977 by title only. This has been withdrawn due to lack of sponsor. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations continued. Item 114, Legistar 62987 by title only, additional referral, Transportation Commission. And item 102, 62904, applicant has withdrawn this one. Items for exclusion, no items have been submitted, and items for introduction from the floor is 63111. I recommend referral to Finance Committee.
If we can get a second, we've got a couple of things to work on here. And we'll, thank you. We'll start with Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize if I missed the disclosures and recusals part of our beginning meeting. With respect to item number 35, I spoke with City Attorney Haas to let him know that the company I work for, Frank Productions, has done business with the Mallards in the past in their operation of Breeze Stevens. This amendment speaks to the Warner Park. We have not had business with the Mallards at Warner Park. And upon the consultation with Attorney Haas, I feel that I need not recuse myself and that that relationship does not impact my vote in any way.
Thank you, Alder. You are actually at exactly the right time. All right, Alder Foster.
Thank you. Yeah, there was an error in the referrals for 105 and 107. They were switched, so the referral for 105 should be the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, and for 107 should be the Transportation Commission.
Thank you, Alder. We'll note that. So again, item number 105 will be referred to TPPB, and item 107 will be referred to TC.
And in addition, if I could...
Go ahead, Alder.
If I could ask for exclusion on number 36, please.
And exclusion on number 36. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For item number 103, I would like to refer that to the Common Council Executive Committee. There are two legislative files related to 62930. The second alternate is in Legistar, and I'd like both of those to be referred to the Common Council Executive Committee.
Thank you, Alder. So without objection, the motion on item number 103 will be to refer the original and the alternate to the next CCEC meeting. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. I would like to be recorded as voting no on items 74, 75, and 76, please.
Thank you, Alder. 74 and 75 have speakers, so we'll take them up. But if the clerk would note that Alder Skidmore is voting no on item 76. Thank you. Alder Hennick.
Yes, I'd like to be added to item 109 as a sponsor.
Clerk will add Alder Hennick to item 109 as a sponsor. Alder Harrington McKinney.
My question, and please tell me if I'm in order or not. I have a clarification for number 4.
Alder will be taking up number 4 because it's a public hearing item.
Thank you. And I also would like to be added as a sponsor for item number 75, 62420, item number 76, 62422, item number 80, 62477.
Just make sure the clerk got all that.
75, 76, and 80.
You'd like to be added as a sponsor, is that correct?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. The clerk will add you. Alder Hennick?
Residual.
No. Okay. All right.
Alder Badar.
Alder Badar, sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to separate item numbers 83.
Item number 83 will be separated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right. Are there any other separations?
I have a quick question, Mayor. For
Yes.
item 109 on the consent agenda, the recommended action is withdrawn. Now that Alder Hennick has been added as a sponsor, it will get referred. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Alder Hennick is adding back on 109, and that will get referred. So the motion on 109 will be referral. Alder Hennick, did you wish to refer to committee or just back to the council?
The finance, please.
Okay, so 109, the motion will be referral to finance. Thank you for catching that, Nikki.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other items for separation? Any other items you wish to be added as a sponsor on? Any other disclosures or recusals? All right, seeing none, let's just go over that one more time so everybody has everything. We also have a couple of items that need to be excluded for public comment. So agenda items number 4 through 19 are public hearing items. We have the following extra majority items where a unanimous vote will be recorded: items 62, 63, and 66. We have additional recommendations on the following items. Item 81 is to adopt with an additional condition. Item 87 is an additional referral to Transportation Commission. Item 103 was addition of an alternate and referral to CCEC. Item 104 is an additional referral to Transportation Commission. Item 105 is an additional referral to Transportation Policy and Planning Board. Item number 107 is additional referral to Transportation Commission. Item 109 is a referral to Finance. Item 114 is an additional referral to Transportation Commission. Item 120 is being withdrawn. The following items will be excluded from the consent agenda: 35, 36, 64, 74, 75, 83. We have one item introduced from the floor, Legistar 63111, which is being referred to Finance Committee. Alder Rummel.
I just have a question to be clarifying. There were 2 items related to the Cottage Grove, and I thought that was for reconsideration. I'm wondering, is there a step that we have to take, or do we just accept the conditions? Can someone help clarify that, please?
Alder, do you know what agenda items there?
Well, one was 81. I know there was a companion one. I haven't found it yet. I just thought that was being reconsidered, so. But maybe I missed some email. You never know.
Alder, that was on in October for reconsideration, and it's referred to this meeting for adoption. Alder Foster, I think, can clarify.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did take up reconsideration, then referred it to this meeting. Thank you.
For clarifying.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that there was a clarifying question on 109, that both of those items would be referred to Common Council, CCEC. I heard you say one. I just wanted to make sure that the record reflected both of them to be referred.
Alder, are you talking about item number 103, the advisory referendum?
Yes.
Yes, both the original and the alternate will be referred to CCEC.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so just once again, the items for exclusion are 35, 36, 64, 74, 75, and 83. All right, last chance on the consent agenda. Anything additional? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording? Actually, Alder Haley, if you have any questions at any point in time, please feel free to raise your hand and we can slow down and talk through things a little bit more. I realize that we're moving at a little bit of a rapid pace, so please don't hesitate, okay? But we are now going to vote on the consent agenda. So is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we will record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda. And that will bring us to our public hearings. And we start with the report of the Plan Commission and item number 4, which is Register 61929. This is a substitute which amends sections of the MGO, which is the Madison General Ordinances, to create a new use of electric vehicle charging facility and to require that certain parking facilities are constructed or reconstructed to include a specified amount of electric vehicle ready spaces and electric vehicle installed spaces. We will open the public hearing, and we have one registrant on item number 4, Haley Timeson of Chandler Street, in support, wishing to speak.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I would like to speak in support of EV charging stations in Madison. I moved here about a year ago and I bought my first car also about a year ago, and I really wanted it to be an electric vehicle. But as a renter and as someone who doesn't control the amount of EV charging stations in Madison or in my area, I didn't feel like the infrastructure was far enough along to actually make that investment. And that's the issue with electric vehicles, is we can't, as consumers, signal demand for them if it's completely impossible for us to buy electric vehicles because there's no way for us to get them charged. So I've heard arguments saying that we should not be investing in this kind of technology because the demand isn't there yet. But I think if you build electric vehicle charging stations, that demand will grow. I think this is a great direction to be leading our city, as the future is electric vehicles. And I think that spending now will save tons of money in the future instead of retrofitting a bunch of parking garages. But I'll be very brief. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have no further registrants on item 4 at this time. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, we will recess the public hearing on item number 4. President Carter.
Move adoption.
I believe the motion is to re-refer to the 12-1 meeting.
You're right. Re-refer, move referral to 12-1-20.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to re-refer this item. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Seeing no objection, that item will be referred to the 12-1-2020 council meeting. And we'll move on to item number 5, which is Legistar 62136, creating sections of the MGO to amend a planned development district at 6145 through 6301 Mineral Point Road. We will open a public hearing on item number 5. We have registrants, starting with Mark Larson of Plankton Ave in Milwaukee, in support, available to answer questions, representing Korb and Associates and Gorman and Company. Kevin Yaska of View Road in support, available to answer questions, representing JSD Professional Services. Ted Mactum of Main Street in Oregon, Wisconsin, in support, available to answer questions, representing Gorman and Company. Ann Albert of Mineral Point Road, in support, available to answer questions, representing Age Better Incorporated. And Julie Hayward of Mineral Point Road in opposition, not wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants on item number 5? Seeing no questions, we will close that public hearing. President Carter.
Move adoption with conditions for item number 5.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 5. Move on to item number 6, which is Legistar 62174, a substitute creating sections of the MGO to rezone properties at 3614 to 3700 Milwaukee Street and 102 to 122 West Corporate Drive. It appears that I have an error in the registrant list. Please hold on while I refresh. All right, that's better. We have no registrants on item number 6. So we will recess that public hearing. President Carter.
Move to refer to Plan Commission.
Moved and seconded to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Seeing no objection, that item is re-referred. Move on to the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee on item number 7, which is Legistar 62459, a public hearing on a new license at Hutong. Open the public hearing. There are no registrants. We will close the public hearing. And President Carter.
Move to grant.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, that item is granted. Takes us to item number 8, Legistar 62460, which is a public hearing on a new license at X-Gulf Madison East. We'll open that public hearing. We have one registrant, Aaron Klug of Tulane Street in Brookfield, Wisconsin, in support, available to answer questions. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, we'll close that public hearing. President Carter.
Move to grant.
Second.
Moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is granted. Brings us to item number 9, Legistar 62461, which is a public hearing for a new license at Freymillers. We'll open that public hearing. There are no registrants. We'll recess that public hearing. President Carter.
Move to re-refer.
Second.
Moved and seconded to re-refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. Brings us to item number 10, Legistar 62464, which is a public hearing for a new license at Rosati's Pizza. We'll open the public hearing. There are no registrants on item 10. We will close the public hearing. President Carter.
Move to grant.
Second.
Moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is granted. Item number 11 is Legistar 62465, a public hearing for a new license at Cork and Bottle. We'll open the public hearing. There are no registrants. We'll close the public hearing. President Carter.
Move to grant.
Second.
Moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, that item is granted. Brings us to the report of the Board of Public Works, starting with item number 12, Legistar 62643, which is approving plans, specs, and a schedule of assessments for West Wilson Street and South Brim Street Assessment District. We'll open the public hearing on item 12. We have no registrants. We'll close that public hearing. President Carter.
Move to adopt.
Second.
I believe the motion is to adopt the substitute.
Move to adopt the substitute.
Thank you, President Carter. Moved and seconded to adopt the substitute. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, the substitute is adopted. Move to item number 13, which is Legistar 62644, approving plan specs and a schedule of assessments for South Street, High Street, and West Wingwood Drive. We'll open a public hearing on item 13. There are no registrants. We'll close the public hearing. President Carter.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, that item is adopted. That brings us back to the report of the Plan Commission on item 14, Legistar 62137, which is a substitute creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning of properties at 1 through 19 North Pinckney Street, 120 East Washington Ave, and 22 North Webster Street. We'll open the public hearing. We have a number of registrants on item 14, starting with Brad Binkowski of East Doty Street in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Mark Binkowski.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
By way, just to briefly to describe my background, I came to Madison in 1970, fell in love with the community, and never left. Tom Newyer and I started a company that became Urban Land Interests in 1974, 46 years ago. Our name of the company came from our commitment to try and do projects that made the urban environment a better place for people to live, work, and enjoy. In the 1980s, we kind of turned our attention to the Capitol Square. It was almost deserted because all the retail stores left and went to the suburbs. There were no new restaurants. There was no new office space. And we really tried to focus on developments that made the square better and changed it, that created the really vibrant environment that we had pre-COVID. Our projects have included Block 89, the substantial lead renovation of the U.S. Bank Plaza, and most recently the redevelopment of the Anchor Bank properties. We're before you today to talk about the American Exchange Bank, and on slide 1. We bought this building in 1993. It's 19 feet wide, fairly narrow building. We bought it because we thought it was an important part of Madison's past that needed to be preserved and made into something that could live going forward. We created a small office building. We moved our offices in, and it was a great home. Over the next 23 years, we slowly assembled the rest of the block to create a development site that could really achieve the City of Madison's goals and objectives. If you could go to slide 2, please. For a long time, the property has been identified in the downtown plan of the City of Madison as a prime redevelopment site. 55% of it's currently used for surface parking or as an abandoned bank drive-up. Next slide, please. There are only 2 active retail storefronts in 704 feet of sidewalk space. Virtually everything else is office space and vacant. Most of the office space is in semi-non-functional buildings that's very difficult to keep filled. Slide 4, please. You know, the Block 89 model is an example that we're really building off of and what we're proposing to do on the American Exchange block. As you can see on the bottom left photo, when we started Block 89 in the mid-1980s, a major portion of the block was underutilized. It was surface parking. You know, over 20 years, we developed it into a very vibrant, environment that contains about 740 underground parking stalls. We partnered with the city of Madison to help make that feasible. Above the parking, we developed retail and restaurant shops that brought life and activity to the sidewalk level, and we created 530,000 square feet of office space. Today, Block 89 is the single highest assessed value of any block in the city of Madison. We want to take that model and really apply it to the American Exchange block. If you could go to the next slide, please. Slide 5. And the reason that we want to do it is because of the market demand. Technology has discovered downtown Madison. We have about 1,400,000 square feet of space around the square, and we have a number of different market segments. Law firms are the largest share of the market. They're stagnant. They're basically not growing at all. Lobbyists, again, have a fairly static market presence. The growth in the office market in downtown Madison has come from technology-focused users. And the best example that I can give of that is Zendesk. Zendesk came from San Francisco, fell in love with Madison because of the quality of life and the environment downtown, created a small office in 2013 that had 2,000 square feet. Today, they lease 105,000 square feet of space in the redeveloped Anchor Bank properties. They grew by 50 times. I can give you example after example of other technology firms, including Sony, including, a host of others that have moved into properties on the square pre-COVID because of the quality of life. Firms need the space to be able to stay downtown and to grow. So the project that we're going to show you on slide 6, please, has really 3 major objectives.
Mr. Binkowski, you're almost out of time.
Okay, slide 6 has only 3 points that I want to make, and I'll turn it over. So, we want to create office space that can continue to attract the technology companies that are the future of the town downtown. We want to preserve the landmark properties, and we want to make downtown Madison a better place for people. So, Mark.
Thank you. Our next registration is Mark Binkowski of East Doty Street in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by David Jennerjohn.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So Heather, if you could flip to the next slide, and appreciate you driving for us. The foundation of the project is underground parking. And as Brad mentioned, to continue attracting tenants downtown, that parking is critical. In the suburbs, they can get 4 or 5 stalls per 1,000 square feet of space, whereas downtown we struggle to provide 2 to 2.5 stalls per 1,000 square feet. And we lose money on that parking. So we have to charge market rates for it. And we do that by charging the tenants directly for the cost of the parking, so that they are paying for the parking they're using as opposed to including it in the rent. And one of the common themes we've all heard from people about downtown is the hassle of finding parking. And so our parking is really complementary with the parking utility. We focus on providing long-term parking for our tenants, whereas they focus on short-term, daily, and transient parking. And there are only 2 major sites left to do a big underground ramp near the square. So we have to take advantage of those to allow downtown to continue to grow. Heather, if you could flip to the next slide. These numbers illustrate that we can never build enough parking to satisfy the demand. In the Anchor Properties development that Brad mentioned, 400 employee parking stalls for upwards of 1,000 employees. At American Exchange, we're proposing 775 employee parking stalls, and we expect to have 2,000 employees in that building. So the parking allows us to attract the tenants, which then support the other means of transportation. So we've been working with city staff on a traffic demand management plan, and we'll continue those discussions with them to ensure that, we aren't just relying on the car. And on the next slide, you see that parking configuration. The parking was really designed with flat slabs to make it safe and efficient to use, and the layout was optimized to work with the slopes of the site. so that the parking entrance is at the north end on Webster Street along the outer loop and at the lowest grades. And on the next slide, the benefit of that is the retail revitalization it allows us to create. So we're proposing 22,000 square feet of new retail space on both East Washington and Pinckney Streets. And similar to Block 89, really want to bring pedestrians and foot traffic to all of the various aspects. We've added a large office lobby at East Washington and Webster so that there is focus on the outer loop as well. This isn't just a Capitol Square facing project. We have on the first floor, a large indoor secured bike storage room with over 200 bike parking stalls, locker and shower facilities. So we're really trying to support those alternative means of transportation. The site sits right on a potential future BRT route, which we see as another great amenity and step forward. And this density can help support BRT. Heather, if you could flip to the next slide. So this project has already been through an extensive public vetting and public approval process. We've been to Landmarks Commission 4 times, Urban Design Commission, countless neighborhood meetings, as well as in front of Plan Commission last week when they unanimously supported it. And part of that public process really helped improve the project. And one of the ways this did that was by reducing the massing of the upper floors and instituting greater step back. So you can see here the red shows what was previously designed. The blue is the current plan. The upper floors are stepped back 24 to 34 feet along East Washington. And what that does is it really helps preserve the views and also break down the scale. So on the next slide, one of the concerns that we've heard throughout this was from our neighbors at the AC Hotel and Ovino. We've met with them to try and adjust the project in a way that will help mitigate some of their concerns. So what you're seeing here was the original design we had proposed. You can see the impact on the views. And on the next slide, you'll see what the step backs on those upper floors did. The graceful curving facade really draws your eye to the Capitol Square and create significant step backs to preserve as much of their views as is possible.
20 seconds.
Last thing I'll say on the next slide, it also steps back from the Exchange Bank building and really makes that the focal point. And that's all I've got, so thank you.
Great, thank you. Our next registrant is David Jennerjohn of Chicago. In support, wishing to speak, representing Valero DeWalt Train Associates, to be followed by Eli Judge.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'll give you a quick tour of the design. The image on the screen here, you can see that the upper office floors are clad in a sophisticated curved glass facade that's set back from the property edges to respect the landmark properties on the block. Next slide, please. Here on East Washington, looking west towards the Capitol, you can see the integration of new buildings with the historic American Exchange Bank building, which is in the distance, and how the new retail frontage enlivens the sidewalk experience with cafes and shops and new building entrances. Next slide, please. Around the corner on Pinckney Street, the new storefronts are designed to recapture the traditional scale of downtown Madison to be reminiscent of the square's past tradition of vibrant and active retailing. The next slide, please. Here's a closer view that shows the architectural variety of retail shop fronts that enliven the pedestrian experience on the square. In the foreground, you can see a separate public parking elevator lobby that connects to the underground parking that Mark described, directly from that parking directly to the businesses and events that happen on the square. Should be a real convenience. Next slide, please. Here's another detailed view that illustrates the integration of the preserved architecture of the American Exchange Bank building with some new, more contemporary design elements. Next slide, please. So at the corner of East Washington and Webster, where the outer ring meets East Wash, the development creates an important gateway to the Capitol Square. Next slide, please. In this closer view of that lobby corner in that office building lobby, the details of the entrance, new planters, architectural lighting, stone and metal finishes show the attention paid to making this corner an important focus of arrival to Capitol Square. Next slide, please. So in this view of Pinckney Street from the grounds of Capitol Square, you can see the integration of new architecture with historic landmark properties such as the American Exchange Building and the reconstructed 7 North Pinckney that are within this development, but also the neighboring historic buildings to the north where the Old Fashioned resides. Next slide, please. And attention to the urban design experience extends to the levels above the sidewalk, where 22,000 square feet of landscaped roof terraces spread across 4 different roof levels and offering views of the city and to Capitol Square. And that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Eli Judge of West Washington Ave in support, to be followed by Craig Spalding.
Thanks. Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, alders, for the opportunity to speak tonight. As a former Madison alder myself, I know firsthand that your service is often a thankless task. I'm grateful for the time you're spending here tonight and for the endless hours of entertainment you provide on the award-winning Madison City Channel. As mentioned, my name is Eli Judge, and I'm the president of Capitol Neighborhoods, the neighborhood association that represents most of the downtown core of the city. I also had the honor of being the chair of the neighborhood steering committee related to this proposal. ULI's proposed project falls squarely in the neighborhood's allotted territory. Capitol Neighborhoods, as we do with all developments of any significance in our area, helped co-host a major public meeting in August with Alder Mike Revere, and then subsequently hosted a neighborhood steering committee for all members of the public who are interested in providing input on the project. Because of the impact of this project and its location, we did not limit membership on the steering committee in any way, and we used every means at our disposal to get the word out to our various neighborhood districts that the neighborhood meetings and subsequent steering committee meetings were happening. Last night, I emailed each of you a written summary of our steering committee's impressions of the proposal, which I hope you take a moment to review. The document begins with an overview, but delves into greater details based on various subjects. To summarize, though, the Neighborhood Steering Committee is unanimously encouraging your approval of this project tonight. I believe it's fair to say that the steering committee's reactions and almost all of the public meetings comments were overwhelmingly positive towards the project. The steering committee feels that the project is an attractive, important, contextually appropriate addition to the downtown core, and that it complies with the downtown and comprehensive plans. The project is environmentally conscious. It respects the historic character of the Capitol Square and will significantly enhance the city's economic heart. The project will add construction jobs now and high technology jobs in the future. We also feel that it will be a dramatic improvement to one of the most underdeveloped gateways in the Capitol Square. Again, we unanimously encourage your approval of this project tonight. I will add that the neighborhood group was in contact with representatives from Eno Vino and North Central Group a few weeks ago, and we were able to have a friendly and productive meeting. Our steering committee members did express that they feel sympathy to Eno Vino's owners for the loss of a portion of their business's view. However, after discussion, the steering committee unanimously felt that ULI had already made sufficient concessions to their neighbors across the street and did not feel that additional changes should be made to the proposal. Again, thank you all tonight and for your time. I will be remaining available over the course of the discussion if you have any questions about the neighborhood or our steering committee process. Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Judge. Our next registrant is Craig Spalding of Bellengrath Street, to be followed by, in opposition, to be followed by Jose Luis Granados.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I love my job, this building, and this block. I look forward to coming to work here every day, and I'm fiercely loyal to the success, pardon me, of this business and the community as a whole. It's truly a job that doesn't feel like a job. My name is Craig Spaulding, and I bartend for Enovino in the AC Lounge on the first floor of the AC Hotel. I have a bullseye view of the intersection of East Washington Avenue and North Webster Street, and a gorgeous street-level view of the Capitol. I've been involved in downtown Madison since the mid-'80s. I worked at Upstairs Downstairs Deli in Stillwaters in the early to mid-'80s, the Concourse Hotel. I owned and operated Cafe Montmartre from 1992 to 2009 on the block of this proposed project. I worked at the Avenue Bar, Pasquale's on East Washington Avenue, and for the last 3.5 years, Enovino in the AC Lounge. I raised 2 kids in the Tenney Park neighborhood. I've witnessed and have been part of the revitalization of the Capitol Square and surrounding neighborhoods. It's amazing how it went from a shuttered, windblown eyesore of the 80s to the vibrant, vital, exuberant destination of people from literally all over the world. Now more than ever, we need businesses that are thriving and bringing people to our beloved Capitol Square. Progress is important. Smart progress is even more important. I am opposed to ULI's proposed American Exchange development. To me, the scale, scope, and size is overwhelming. The height will directly impact my job as well as my 130 coworkers. Enovino is a minority-owned business. We all know Madison has very few minority-owned businesses. Bottom line is, I fear for the fate of my job as well as my coworkers' jobs. I'm also concerned about the environmental impact of the project on the neighborhood. ULI is proposing 6 floors of parking under the project, introducing over 2,200 more automobile trips per day. The congestion as well as the carbon footprint is a great concern to me, not to mention the direct competition with the Capitol North parking ramp located a half block from the development. ULI will be in direct competition with the city of Madison for parking fees. I believe Enovino and the AC Hotel has superior service, food, and accommodations. However, the publicly accessible view of the Capitol has become iconic and is a major draw and a key component of our success, thus making downtown Madison more successful and sustainable. ULI has been taking Capitol views for the last 30 years. I feel that it's time they start to share the view for all the public to enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jose Luis Granados of North Webster Street in opposition, to be followed by Sarah Granados.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. And you probably, some of you already hear this, but my accent is thick, so if I don't speak correctly, please stop me. I don't get offended at all. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor and the members of the city council for giving us the time to speak today and express our concerns. With that, I would like to start with two clarifications. We are not against the project. We are not against development. We know development happens. We know that we're not against the project. We just think there is there could be. I'm not an architect. I run restaurants. I think there could be a better design. Again, my name is Jose Granados. I came here 22 years ago with a handful of dreams and 2 empty packets. And about 3 years ago, in 2017, we opened Eno downtown, and the dream came true. The land of the hopes and dreams showed me that it doesn't matter what color you are, but dreams do happen. That tenacity of our dreams from all of our teams created 130 employees and wonderful team members that are really, really struggling through these times right now, as I hope you are all healthy and as well staying safe. The most important part for us is not really is the view for the entire floor. I don't think that once it's gone, it's going to be gone forever. I don't think there is another public space where you can actually go up there and get that view of the entire Capitol. But again, just with the first clarification that we made earlier, that's what I would like to say. Sorry, I'm extremely nervous. Sorry. One of the things that are really so important for me is has been all the weddings, receptions, all the outpouring of support right now via the petition, via the visiting the restaurant, via I cannot be so more thankful of the support from the entire community for our restaurant and our employees that you can see on the screen. Well, some of them. All right. When I was raised by my grandmother. She told me two things, two very important lessons in my life that she told me never to forget. One of them is, if you're a good man, you will be a good husband. And if you're a good husband, you will be a good father. I don't know if I'm a good man, and I don't know if I'm a good husband. You're going to have to ask my wife for that. And I'm not a father yet, but hopefully soon. Second thing she taught me is you fight for your dreams as hard as you work for them. And we work for this dream as hard as you can possibly imagine. There is sweat, tears, and blood from both my wife and I, from the first Enovino on the west side to this wonderful opportunity. When they offer us the opportunity to be on top of this beautiful building with this beautiful view, it was such a dream come true. And I think us or any restaurateur would have accepted and understand that you have to. It's an amazing opportunity. I think any restaurant would have loved to be up there like we are, because it does has bring some successful, but that gives us the opportunity to be more philanthropic, donate more staff to the community, to the UW Children's Hospital. Okay. Well, again, all I'm asking is that we're not against the project, but just we think it can be done a little better. Just that's it. Thank you. Sorry if I went over my time, and thank you again.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sarah Granados of Webster Street, in opposition, to be followed by Robert Proctor.
This is Sarah Granados. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Next slide, please. As part owner of Enovino Downtown, I feel that it's very important to speak to you all about how much the public access to the Capitol building from the restaurant has meant to Madison residents and to visitors of the Madison area. I would like to emphasize tonight that I am not opposed to the development of this block, but I am opposed to the current design of the building. Any development would be an improvement to this currently underutilized space on the Capitol Square, but I truly believe that additional design work can be done to this proposed design that would accomplish the developer's goals while preserving the only publicly accessible viewing deck to the Capitol building. Nothing is impossible, and I do not believe that the current proposal is the only design that could successfully develop this block. In 2019 alone, over 170,000 people visited the restaurant spaces to view the Capitol building from this unique perspective. We are asking that you allow the necessary time to be taken to ensure that the design of this development is thoroughly reviewed, taking into consideration the impact to the existing publicly accessible views from our adjacent property. We started a change.org petition to capture how people feel about the potential loss of the access to the Capitol building. As you can see, many guests have shared their signatures and comments, over 1,500 signatures to date. As you can see, a significant number of those come from Wisconsin, particularly Dane County and the city of Madison. Next slide, please. And this is just a sampling of some of the comments that we've received about what it would mean to people if they can no longer come and visit and access the Capitol in this way. Next slide, please. And here again, you can see the density as we get closer to Dane County and Madison. It really is important to Madison residents. Next slide, please. And then here you can also see the impact that it's had across the country. People come to Madison and they remember it because they took a photo with the Capitol in the background from this restaurant space because it's publicly accessible and people can. This is a unique, special place, not a landmark in the traditional sense, but there is a major public outcry saying this is special and unique, and I believe that additional improvements to this design should be requested. We cannot allow the city of Madison to lose this community asset. Thank you for your time in considering our concerns. Again, we're not trying to block the project, but we believe that there are changes that need to be made and that can be made. This project has to go back before UDC on December 2nd and may very well undergo further design changes at that meeting. I'm asking that the Common Council refer this project for further design changes. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Robert Proctor of Mifflin Street in opposition, representing Vino downtown, to be followed by Jennifer Cameron.
Hi, if you could put it on the next slide, please. Good evening. I'm Robert Proctor, the attorney for Vino. The proposed rezoning of this property is a legislative decision for the council, which means you have wide discretion. The applicant is not entitled to rezone the property. This has been a quick approval process for such a large-scale project. There has been one substantive meeting at UDC and one at the Planning Commission. And now the council is being asked to approve a 350,000 square foot project on the Capitol Square. As you've heard, Vino's main issue is the public view from the 10th floor of the AC Hotel. To be clear, the vast majority of rooms at the AC Hotel will have their views blocked by this development, no matter what. The only views that we are asking the council to protect are the views open to the public at Vino on the 10th floor of the hotel. The issues of the public view has been framed as whether there is a legal right to a view. No one has argued there is a legal right to a view. However, it is clear that the council has the legal authority to protect the view. We believe that the applicant can provide a better design that both accomplishes its desire of 350,000 square feet of space, but also protects the panoramic views from Vino. In addition, the massing of the parking and the buildings are driving the design, and there has been very little, if any, review of the proposed parking, traffic, and its effects on the Capitol Square. The council should require changes to the design to protect the public's panoramic views from Vino, and also do additional due diligence on how the parking and the traffic will work. The council should protect the public view of the Capitol because this is different than some other buildings that block other people's views, because this is the only panoramic view of the Capitol available to the public. The city actually helped create this public view in its prior approvals of the AC Hotel, when it required that the design of the hotel be changed and to include a public amenity on its top floors. As shown by the change org petition, this is a view that is very important to so many people that live or visit Madison. This is the only place where such a view of the Capitol is open to the public. This is a view used by so many groups to showcase Madison. Without a design change that protects the public's view from Vino, the applicant's design does not meet the plan development standards. We are requesting the council to refer this matter and have the applicant come back with a design that reduces the height of the building on the corner of East Washington and Pinckney Street to protect the public views that exist, that makes better use of the mid-block of Pinckney Street, and that addresses the parking and traffic circulation, as the site may create more than 2,000 new net automobile trips daily. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jennifer Cameron of Tucson Trail, in opposition, to be followed by Victoria Ortiz.
Hi there, my name is Jennifer Cameron. I'm the general manager of Vino downtown, and I've been fortunate enough to live in Madison for the last 25 years. I've been working at Vino downtown since we opened 3.5 years ago, and I see firsthand on a daily basis how much our access to this public panoramic view of the Capitol means to the people that visit us. While we can go and sit on the Capitol lawn and walk around and see the Capitol from that perspective, you don't really get to see it from a 10th floor perspective. So a lot of times when a guest comes up to the 10th floor to visit us, I often hear words like amazing, breathtaking, beautiful, and proud when guests take their first look at the Capitol. Not only do I see joy in people's faces, but I see pride in the face of the people that are bringing guests in for the first time to showcase the city of Madison. I feel that Enovino has been an asset towards Madison community from a couple different perspectives. The first one being is from a tourism perspective. We've had several photo shoots and video shoots on the 10th and 9th floor with Capitol in the background. There's been a commercial shooting that's trying to get young adults from Chicago to Madison. We've been highlighted in Travel Wisconsin videos. And again, they're just showing the Capitol as the background, which is just something that everyone in Madison is very proud of. We're also a destination for host business dinners for Madison companies in hopes of recruiting professionals from around the world. Hospitals have had dinners in attempts to bring in specialty doctors. We've had the university hold dinners in attempt to bring in new professors. They bring them here to showcase Madison and its city feel, and that has been done by having this public access view to the Capitol. Locally, on a day-to-day basis, we have Madison guests bring in their friends and family, showcase how spectacular Madison is. We have alumni come back to visit friends and family. We have current students where it's a must to get a picture with the Capitol in the background. One of the first weeks that I worked here, I specifically remember a woman from the Madison area pulling me aside to say how happy she was that we were here. She said this is exactly what Madison is needed to showcase to the rest of the country how beautiful Madison is. That seeing this view, which highlights our Capitol and surrounding lakes, is something that people have always been aware of, but have never been able to appreciate until they see it from the 10th floor. We've had many thousands of experiences that our guests have shared with me. We've had weddings, proposals, retirement, birthday, and graduation parties, where guests all want to make sure that they get a photo with the Capitol in the background. People are coming here to make memories, and the most memorable part that they have to experience is the view. As our guests have learned about this tower going up, they have been so distraught that they've only been able to see this beautiful view for a few short years. Guests have been reaching out to us, asking what they can do to show the city of Madison how much this place means to them. So from our guests, they are asking that this be referred for a redesign and approval from UDC. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Victoria Ortiz of Blackhawk Ave, in opposition, to be followed by Brad Warrens.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time. I had the chance to listen and participate at both UDC and Planning Commission meetings in the past few weeks. And I'm really sad and disappointed that nothing else could be done about the loss of views from the Enovino space. And I want to share with you why I'm sad. I'm fortunate to have an education and to currently have a job in this COVID situation. But I have to be honest, I don't think I will ever be able to afford a property that has the view to the Capitol. And even thinking about renting an apartment around the area seems really out of reach for me. So going to Enovino is the only opportunity residents like me could have, to enjoy such an exclusive view. And don't get me wrong, I am totally in favor of our city thriving, but I do think, much more could be done to find a solution so the public can benefit and also the development of downtown. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brad Warrens of West Main, in support, representing Boulder's Climbing Gym, to be followed by Donna Moreland.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. In the interest of time, I'll try to keep my comments brief. I'm Brad Warrens, the founder and owner of Boulder's Climbing Gym. We turned 24 years old at our Eastside location on November 23rd, and we turned 2 years old downtown on that very same day. I've lived and worked downtown for over 2 decades. For over 20 years, I both live and work on Main Street has been my life motto. My wife and I have lived at Bedford Court and Fourth Ward Lofts nearby for a combined 20 years, and we've raised 3 kids in this neighborhood. Since I moved here in 1990 and began working and living downtown, I've been impressed by how urban land interests has created an infectious and hopeful optimism that downtown Madison can be better, can be transformed in a vital way while still keeping its integrity and soul. In response to this vision, over the years, ULI has inspired and joined with many others, and I've been a firsthand witness to the quality of this change. I've seen the business climate change downtown as well, with ground floor retail being the top driver from my perspective. People are now walking to all four corners of the square, and that's huge for my business. We bring in 120,000 member visits a year into our gym on Carroll Street, and much of this is due to cross traffic on the ground level, mostly from people who live and work and make their whole lives nearby. For people who live elsewhere, it seems common to think of downtown Madison as a place that people just visit, but increasingly this is where people live. The truth is that more people who live here, the more people will visit, and a lot of people live here. I support ULI's vision for infill to support Madison residents, particularly in regards to this project. As a result of this vision, over the years, my neighborhood has become more alive and safer, and it's become more about people and places at the street level in particular. It takes vision, imagination, heart, and passion to help a city like Madison become a more and more perfect vision of itself while improving upon it and helping it evolve. This project helps the capital area become a more walkable neighborhood filled with local businesses and exuding a community look and feel. It's a greener and more sustainable way of living too. This project takes a surface level parking lot and some underused space and fills it with people, and that's a good thing. When people live and work downtown, everything gets better. This project keeps the heritage of the square, its classic architecture, and provides a backdrop of thoroughly modern building with all the amenities, bringing thousands of more people daily downtown, and that helps everyone. As it happens, Boulder's downtown is doing well in spite of everything outside of us right now. We have a significant local member support. But the downtown area is currently challenged overall. I've said that there's no end game for Boulders to be the last business standing here. We need to shore up the downtown business community overall. The risk of business and residential flight from downtown is real, and this project is the perfect response. I can't express stronger support for this project, and I know that most of my neighbors in business and in the community feel the same way. As a longtime downtown resident and business owner, it seems like an easy yes, and I hope you'll vote that way. I'd encourage the approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Donna Moreland of Mammoth Trail in support, to be followed by Robert Fedorovich.
Good evening to my former colleagues. I am speaking in support of this project. I've been in Madison in January. It will be 19 years, and during that entire time, I've been working in an urban land interest property. Not only are they good citizens, corporate citizens, they're excellent developers and exceptional property managers. They're thoughtful people, and when I saw that they were working on this project, I was very excited. And while I no longer work in the downtown area, I know that if Brad and Tom are involved in it, it will definitely be an exceptional project. And to top everything else off, and then I'll close, they're decent people. And in 2020, when we have so much unrest and so much divide, when you get an opportunity to say that people are decent, you should take the opportunity to do so. And I will tell you that Brad and Tom and the people that work with them are decent people. So I implore the council to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Moreland. Our next registrant is Robert Fedorovich of Schumann Drive in Fitchburg in opposition, to be followed by Susan Schmitz.
Hello, and I appreciate the time today speaking in opposition. Can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Well, Wisconsin is known for its Friday night fish fries and brandy old fashions, state traditions like no other. And I truly feel for all the wonderful people in this restaurant industry that have been just decimated by the current crisis. The fear of the unknown for many waiters and cooks, and the fear of losing your lives work for many owners. I believe a destination like Enovino, bringing in people from all over to the downtown area, offering a view for anyone willing to buy a club soda, adds a ton of value to downtown, compared to a few extra office spaces that might sit empty, even when occupied, due to this new virtual work world we now work in. With most people working from home right now, and whether or not this is for the long term or short term, workers in many industries have proven that virtual meetings are effective, just like today's is. This flexibility is something I doubt the younger workforce is ever going to want to give up. I think it's up to this nice group of individuals I'm speaking to today, the council, to push for a greater compromise. in order not to lose a downtown destination, which has brought smiles to many, many public faces while they take their selfies with our beautiful Madison Capitol in the background. I truly, truly believe restaurants in Wisconsin are the backbone to this and many other communities throughout the state. And I hope you consider this when deciding whether or not to put more stress on this industry. An industry our wonderful state is still known for and loved for. I greatly appreciate your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Susan Schmitz of Marinette Trail in support, to be followed by Patrick Quinlan.
Thank you. I assume that everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, hello, City of Madison Common Council members. I'm really pleased to be before you tonight, and I hope that all of you are safe and well. My name is Susan Schmitz. I was the president, executive director of Downtown Madison, Inc. from 1999 through 2017. And I first want to say I would be remiss if I did not recognize my friend, Becky Steinhoff, and all that she has done for our community. I just want to mention that and thank her very much. It was wonderful to hear that tonight. So, okay. And yes, I was at DMI from 1999 through 2017. It was the best job ever because I was able to be part of the renaissance of downtown Madison as we see it today. Our downtown had been quite devastated from the protests in the late 60s, early 70s, and then also the move to suburban sprawl. All of this left our downtown quite deserted. Luckily, private-public investment began to come back with the building and the opening of Monona Terrace in 1997. There was confidence in the future of our downtown. So here we are over 2 decades later, and the downtown has taken it on the chin again with a pandemic and protests. And we have developers who believe in the future of downtown Madison and who understand this market, ULI. ULI has invested millions in the downtown, including Block 89, the Anchor Bank building, the Glass Bank building, including buying and restoring the historic American Exchange Bank. And now, even during these tough times, they want to continue to invest in the downtown's future with their proposed project that includes the American Exchange Bank. This project will not only bring high-paying jobs to the downtown, such as the tech industry, but it will also provide good-paying jobs for all income ranges, including restaurants and retail. It will support our public transportation system and the soon-to-come BRT. ULI is a local and experienced developer with a great record of delivering and getting projects done as approved. One other item, the 2020 downtown plan identified this area for future redevelopment. As someone who loves and cares about our downtown and has worked hard to bring attention and investment to it, I strongly support this important project for our central city. Our downtown is for everyone. And right now, we have a lot of work to make this happen. This is a major step forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Patrick Quinlan of Tucson Trail in opposition, to be followed by Angie Black.
Hello, everyone. Assuming that you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Tonight, I am speaking in opposition to the project as it is currently proposed, a project that will obstruct a majority of the view at Enovino downtown. I feel as though there could be a compromise that would protect this public space, a space where countless residents and visitors have enjoyed the view of our state's beacon of democracy. We are fortunate to have such a dynamic and diverse hospitality community, and it would be a shame this year, of all years, to deliver this blow to one of our locally minority-owned independent restaurants that has supported countless charities throughout our community and employed hundreds of individuals. I am confident that a compromise can be reached so that all residents and visitors of our great city can continue to enjoy the one-of-a-kind public view that Enovino offers. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Angie Black of West Washington Ave, in support representing urban land interests, to be followed by Bill White.
Thank you very much. Heather, could you put up slide 73 in the developer slide deck? Thanks very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to briefly share some background information related to some of the comments that have been made regarding the Capitol views from the AC Hotel. As an initial matter, I want to clarify that as far as I can tell from publicly available information, the 9th and 10th floors of the AC Hotel and Eno Vino Bar and reception space are not a public amenity. Only patrons of the hotel and restaurant can access the terrace and restaurant space. In terms of history, first, the proposed height and massing of this site was relied upon in 2015 when the AC Hotel sought land use approvals as depicted in the current and next slides. Specifically, the future height and massing of this site was shown in the 2015 AC Hotel land use submittals to demonstrate the compatibility with the future planned uses of this and other surrounding properties in making the case for approval of the maximum allowed height for the AC Hotel project. Next slide, please. Second, even though the land use application materials for the AC Hotel show significantly more massing and height on this site, ULI has worked for several years to design a project which accommodates all competing interests and requirements in designing its project. Not only modifications in response to objections from the AC Hotel Group and Eno Vino, but also related to landmarks, considerations and approvals, urban design district requirements, city staff comments, neighborhood and public input. ULI made significant design revisions and concessions to accommodate comments and concerns about the view from the AC Hotel project. And ULI has redesigned the project to significantly open up the Capitol views from the AC Hotel. As the earlier project slides illustrate, the Capitol views from the AC Hotel and Eno Vino will indeed be preserved from both the terrace as well as the southern portions of the 9th and 10th floors of the AC Hotel. As noted by the City Attorney's Office in the staff report to the Plan Commission, there is no legal right to a view unless otherwise protected by law or a private agreement between property owners. The staff report correctly acknowledges the City Attorney's Office is not aware of any law or private agreement that would be violated by the proposed development. To the contrary, ULI voluntarily entered into an agreement in September of 2015 granting air rights needed for construction of the AC Hotel, and ULI was also granted reciprocal air rights in that agreement for the anticipated redevelopment of the site. Most importantly, that agreement includes an acknowledgement from the AC Hotel Group that there are no restrictions on the redevelopment of this site and no protections of views from the AC Hotel. The agreement specifically states, quote, "Nothing in this agreement limits or precludes construction or vertical expansion of any improvements or appurtenances by ULI. It's critical to give consideration to the information that was presented and relied on when the AC Hotel project was approved and constructed. Most importantly, that the project was not only anticipated, but relied upon in seeking land use approvals to allow the hotel project to be approved and built. Without the anticipation of this project on this block and the agreements granted by ULI to the AC Hotel project, the AC Hotel and Eno Vino would not even be there." Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bill White of Lakeland Ave, neither supporting nor opposing, to be followed by Ben Reddick.
Bill, we have you in the list twice on phone. If you could press *6 to unmute yourself. I have you both active right now. Again, you hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Bill, you should either have a prompt to unmute or press *6 if you're on the phone. And if not, let's go on to Ben Reddig of Harmon Terrace in opposition, to be followed by Tom Daly, and come back to Bill White.
There is no Ben in the list.
All right. So then Tom Daly of Chicago in support, representing Valerio DeWalt Train Associates, to be followed by Rich Lynch.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you move to slide 38 of ULI's presentation, please? One back from there. Thank you. My name is Tom Daly. I'm with Valerio DeWalt Train, working with Dave Jennerjohn and the ULI team to design this over the last 2 years. A variety of architects, engineers, contractors, and other experts have weighed in over the course of the last 24 months to try to come up with a design that best serves all interests, as Angie mentioned earlier. One thing I want to touch on is how complex this site really ends up being. So I'll step through just very briefly a few concepts that we had to weigh in on. First off, the garage entry highlighted in yellow here occurs as far down the slope of Webster, which is over 8 feet from the southeast to the northeast of the site. And that allows it to duck under the floors that Brad talked about earlier. Next slide. After that, the cores of the elevator are placed outside of the drive aisles to allow for a really efficient ramp, minimizing how much excavation and other work we have to do. Next slide, please. Here you can also see the American Exchange building that's held up during this construction, and is something we had to spend time on to plant and understand the support of. The loading docks colored in, let's call it brown, are positioned in a way that they can service the 2 main elevator cores without having to negotiate much of the slope of the site. That allows for service up to all the floors of the building. And in the blue, you can start to see the dashed outline of the multiple areas that are serviced by an internal alley system that allows the balance of the building to work. A bike room is shown in a green color, and that houses over 200 bikes to support those users that Brad talked about earlier using alternative modes of transportation. Next slide. The lobbies end up forming one on Pinckney to face the Capitol, but then the more important gateway that David mentioned earlier today that occurs at the corner of Webster and East Washington. There's a conference center that's an amenity for the building that's added in as well in purple. And then lastly, next slide, please. You start to see service come in that supports the building. Next slide. And the retail facilities that Brad talked about, over 20,000 square feet of retail, to help revitalize these streets and start to add life and vitality to a relatively dead area at the moment. Stepping up the building, next slide, please. The mechanical is noted in the upper right-hand corner. Most of the mechanical for this building is held internally, so there's very little that's seen from the outside, and what is outside up on the roof level is screened entirely. Next slide. And lastly, what the typical office floor is as you get up. This is the type of floor and size that ULI has determined the market desperately needs in this area. And you can see how that fits in the overall site. And with that, I cede the balance of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rich Lynch of Monroe Street in support, to be followed by Bridget Maniaci.
Rich, you should have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. Rich, you may have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. Okay, I guess we can go to the next one.
Rich,
oh, there we are.
There you go.
Are we good?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Hello, Mayor and members of the City Council. I want to first thank you for your time and efforts tonight toward making our city the best it can be. Again, I'm Rich Lynch. I've been a Madison resident here for nearly 50 years, and I just love this city. And I want only the best, well-planned, and most impactful developments to happen. And by that, I mean benefiting not only the landscape, but also the vitality, well-being of its residents and the quality of life that all of us seek here in Madison. I'd also like you to know that I do work for J.H. Vindorf and Son now for almost 37 years, and want you to know that we've been working with Urban Land on this important project before you for over 4 years, providing budgets and constructability solutions for many of the unique challenges on this difficult site, all to achieve the best project possible. But that's not the relationship and the reason I'm here to talk to you tonight. I'd like to talk more about our city and its downtown and our responsibility to keep it front of mind. You heard a lot from Susan Schmitz tonight, and I have a lot of the same message. Many of us, or at least some of us, can recall the years when our downtown was in a really bad place. Retail establishments had all but disappeared. Private business development and private employment was minimal at best. Government was downtown's main tenant, and there was minimal interest in actually living downtown, even if you could find an apartment. I was a member of DMI board for nearly 15 years and eventually chaired that board. And then, and still very much today, they are very committed to a vibrant, working, livable downtown. Together, we campaigned for and watched Monona Terrace become a reality. That was a game changer. Private development joined the momentum and created new office space and jobs. Retail fell in line. The arts and recreation took off with Overture and the Children's Museum. And yes, eventually living downtown was where it's at. Condos, apartments, and then came the much-needed first-class hotel developments. But if you walk downtown today, you get a sense of going back in time. It's like stepping backwards. Boarded up storefronts have become the norm around the square, also down and around State Street. There's so much unfair publicity on COVID safety issues, demonstrations, both peaceful and destructive, and we're nearing a stage of serious retail failure and maybe even flight. There's also some talk of private businesses, those that have invested in and moved employees downtown, that they're questioning the future. So I feel we have a responsibility to send a message on behalf of Madison. We need to show confidence and encourage, not discourage, bold activity at this juncture at a time of uncertainty and financial strain on so many. And we have to do whatever we can to support and encourage growth and private investment to continue on the square and around State Street. We can't lose these opportunities to shore up our future vitality. 600 to 700 construction worker jobs, 2,000 new jobs in the office building portion of this project. This economic impact is significant and important. And your commission and the city council supports will send a message of positivity at a time when all of us feel like we're locked up and standing still. So we need you as key decision makers for Madison to be a part of the solution, a restart for the lost momentum which is so needed. And I urge you to vote in favor of this bold investment risk that ULI has put in front of you for Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bridget Maniaci of Lexington Ave in opposition, representing Eno Vino, to be followed by, that we'll go back to the folks we skipped and see if we have them back.
All right. Can you hear me this evening?
Yes.
Right. Good evening, everybody. I am Bridget Maniaci, former District 2 alderperson from 2009 to 2013. I've worked with some of you around such projects as the Edgewater and especially with Alder Rummel with the Capital East District redevelopment plan. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So I'm here this evening helping out and representing the owners, Jose and Sarah Granados with Anovino. And, you know, at the end of the day, I've been through a lot of tough fights, a lot of tough land use fights. And, you know, perhaps you heard in Jose's voice, he's very, you know, he feels kind of really defeated right now. And what I really would like you to think about and focus on as a council member this evening is you have something special here. You have a community who is trying to find in this day and age of COVID how to reach out to you and say, hey guys, there is something here that matters to us. And so why lose it? And for whose benefit? You have a minority owned business. You have 130 plus employees currently here who, you know, you have developmentally disabled adults through Pathways of Wisconsin who are employed in this space. You have an impact to the City of Madison parking utility with the Capitol Square North ramp. They are proposing over 800 parking stalls on 6 decks of underground, which I do not understand functionally how you could even attempt to do that without using TIF, and there's no existing TIF district here. So you have a lot to consider. There's a lot of effects around traffic, pedestrian, bicycling concerns. Thank you to the alders at Plan Commission who started having those conversations and opening up those questions around this project. When I think about the Edgewater Hotel, which was about $120 million project, and I think about this project and how it's even larger and how fewer questions are being asked of the project. And it is on one of the preeminent squares of the city of Madison that so many people use. You look at having nearly 2 years of a construction build out where you're going to have vacant storefront space. And given the existing economy, there is a better solution here. And I'm kind of saying, what are you waiting for? Embrace your power. Get adjustments made. There is a better compromise at hand. We have been trying to have that conversation at the committees. It seems sometimes like there's this big boulder and nobody can stop it rolling down the hill. Well, you guys are that body to say, hey, hold up. So you have some questions in front of you. And, social justice is about creating spaces and opportunities for those who tend to be kept on the outside. And you can hear the disappointment in Jose's voice. You feel like you don't matter, that your life and your business and your interests are small relative to all of these other folks out there who have been doing this for many years and understand exactly how to make the system work for them. So I'm asking you tonight to fight for what's special and unique, to work to demand a better solution, because you can do that. You have some options in front of you. You can outright vote the rezoning down. You can refer the rezoning back to Plan Commission with directives. You can wait to vote on this until at least even UDC weighs in, because they have not even voted yet on the UDD4 standards because of a noticing error. And so you have options in front of you. And functionally, 170,000 people last year came in and utilized the space. It is functionally every day a public access asset to the community. So we asked tough questions of ULI on East Washington Avenue. We got more than a 10-year, 5-phase build-out with 3 to 5-story buildings and surface parking lots. There is more that can be done here. It is incumbent upon you to ask for what's in the balance, the best interest. So it's not that you can't develop here. Absolutely, develop here, but do it in a way that works for so many people. And I think there's a lot of good to the plan that's being proposed, but you can ask for more and you can do more and you can get a better design. And I've seen it happen on other projects. I've seen it and worked on it with the Edgewater. I've seen and worked on it on East Washington Avenue. So comparably, you can do that here tonight. I'm asking you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's try again for either Bill White or Ben Reddick.
I did send an email to Bill. Doesn't look like he's responding. Still, we did have Ben on the list, but he just left again. And we do have a late registrant, Andrew Turner, in opposition from North Hancock Street.
All right, let's go ahead with that person then.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I signed up to talk just a few moments ago, and I'm grateful that I was given this time to speak with such late notice. I wasn't even aware that this was being discussed today. I am not aware of all of the details of this project, and I want to make that clear. I was compelled to speak after listening to those who oppose this project as it is currently presented. As far as I can tell, everyone supports development. Everyone wants to continue revitalizing the downtown area. Everyone supports the idea of this project, but not all are convinced about the specifics of the design. And there are also some environmental concerns. I'd like to just voice my opinions on the design. NO Vino is a Madison staple. I've been there several times, and it's always brought up when discussing restaurants worth going to in the downtown area. I have concerns that we'd not be doing right by Enovino if we knowingly went ahead with the plan as it is right now. It's our responsibility to look out for our city, to support local businesses, existing local businesses, to be good neighbors. We see restaurants closing left and right. It's our responsibility as members of this community to support the ones that are still thriving. I believe that Enovino is more than their view, but I also believe that their view is part of what makes them special. It was said that this new plan is being designed by excellent developers, thoughtful people. You've worked for several years on this plan. Then what's a little bit more time to tweak, to adjust, so that we can find a better solution? I'll close by reiterating that everyone I've heard tonight is in favor of development, but not this specific plan. And those in support have not, in my view, adequately explained or justified why they haven't addressed the concerns and fears of those in opposition. I believe and trust we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. One last try for Bill White. Bill, if you're on your phone, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself. I understand that you're having trouble unmuting, but there's nothing we can do on our end. So you either, if you're on a computer, you should have a prompt that will ask you to unmute, or on a phone, you need to press *6.
I'm unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Well, I'll make this quick and brief and to the point. I am a very big fan of urban land interests. I just think they've done a fabulous job in terms of the work around the square. They have, I worked for 38 years at Michael Best and Friedrich, and they did a great job there. However, I'm also a big fan of Enovino. And I just think that there's got to be a way that urban land can accommodate Enovino so that Enovino can continue to be the entity that it wants to be, and to offer the vision of the Capitol building. Why urban land wants to build it so big is completely beyond me. I mean, there's got to be a way that it can be handled. So for that reason, I think I'm in favor of both sides, and I think that they should both accommodate each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Ben Rettig?
No.
No. Okay. Then we do have Andy Inman of Aspen Commons in Middleton, neither supporting nor opposing, available to answer questions, and a number of other registrants who do not wish to speak. I trust that staff has shared that list with the council. So are there questions for any of our registrants tonight? Not seeing any questions, so we will close that public hearing. President Carter.
Is this the time to have questions for staff?
Let's get a motion.
Okay. Move to adopt with conditions.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Let's start then with questions for staff. President Carter.
Yes, this is to Heather.
Go ahead.
Heather, can you tell me in the discussions with ULI, and can you tell me what compromises that they made to their proposed building, and also is that anti-bird strike glass that they're using on the top floors?
Sure. Thank you for the questions. I may need to defer to the applicant on a portion of that, but my understanding is that they pushed the upper floors back by approximately 30 feet from their original submittal that they were taking to the Urban Design Commission and Landmarks Commission for informational purposes. And I think in one of their early slides, they showed the impacts of that from the outdoor bar area at the upper levels of the AC hotel. So they pushed back the upper levels again by about 30 feet. And with regard to the bird-friendly glass, I don't know whether upper levels do include it, but when the bird-friendly glass ordinance was passed, this first of all, this proposal was already submitted, and so it doesn't apply to this proposal. But even more importantly, the bird-friendly glass ordinance really just applies to the first several floors of a building and not uppermost levels. That's the area where birds are most likely to strike when they fly in the urban area from nearby trees to try to fly through buildings. So it really doesn't apply to what would be the upper levels of this building. They may still have been including some bird-friendly features. I know they've been researching bird strikes in the area around many of their buildings, but I don't know that it's included, and it wouldn't need to be according to the recently adopted ordinance.
Okay, so refresh my memory, because there was a lot of speakers on this. From ULI's upper deck, is that a public space where people can go and sit? Or is that connected to a restaurant or something like that?
I think you mean Vino's space?
I thought I saw outdoor space on ULI.
Sure. So that's outdoor space associated with bar and restaurant. That is not, it's not public space, it's open to the public, and patrons can be seated out there and utilize that space while they're customers at the business.
Okay, thank you. I might have additional questions.
Thank you, President Carter. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is also for Heather. We heard from several of the Vino cohort asking for referral to the Urban Design District so that in case there were some changes, it could go there and then come back to the council. Can you help us understand what that request, what could happen if it went to Urban Design? What will Urban Design be reviewing with Urban Design District number 4? What standards that might or might not change this proposal?
Sure, I sure can. So the Urban Design Commission has seen this proposal many times on an informational basis and also formally a few weeks back. They provided a recommendation to the Plan Commission and Council on the planned development rezoning, which is what's before the council here tonight. Separately, they also will need to review the proposal as the Urban Design Commission because it's located in Urban Design District 4. And so they'll be looking at that on December 2nd, and they have final decision-making power on that issue. That wouldn't be coming back to the Plan Commission, nor would it come back to the council at a later date. And so they've already made their recommendation on the planned development rezoning that's before you this evening. They'll just need to review it based on the Urban Design District 4 standards. And I can say that in conversations with my colleagues and the Secretary of the Urban Design Commission, there aren't any hiccups that are anticipated there. I think the Urban Design Commission has viewed this very positively during the few times that they've seen the project, and we don't anticipate any issues with the Urban Design District 4 requirements.
Well, just to follow up on that point, I did attend the UDC meeting, and I do recall at least one commissioner questioning whether, they could rearrange the top of the building as was, requested and hoped for by the Vino and AC Hotel people. And well, definitely the applicant said that wouldn't be possible. I did hear at least one Urban Design Commission member discussing whether that was something that they would be taking up when it came back. Can you say if that would be reasonable to assume that could be, would require, that if others were in agreement, what would happen? I guess is the bottom line question.
I think if others on the Urban Design Commission, so if the Urban Design Commission as a body were able to make a finding that the Urban Design District 4 standards weren't met and push for a change, they certainly could. But in my conversations with the Secretary of the Urban Design Commission, my colleague Janine Glazer, based on her review and her experience at Urban Design Commission, she doesn't believe that they will be likely to find any major issues with the project meeting the UDD4 standards. Okay. That's not to say that maybe an individual on the UDC might not bring up the issue again, but I think the body as a whole has been pretty clear in their findings and their direction thus far.
And so just to kind of make one more way of saying this, often council members ask, what is the benefit of referral? Like what would change? So if it were referred to go to urban design and then come back, would that create any opportunities for change from your perspective?
Well, I guess this will go to urban design anyway for a portion of the approval that's unrelated to what the council's seeing tonight. If the Urban Design Commission were to push the project for particular changes in order to meet UDD4 standards, and the council were to decide to refer it tonight to a future council meeting to await that decision, then my assumption is that the council would then see the revised version at a future meeting, but you'd still be just considering the request for a planned development zoning of the site.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff? Alder Kemble.
Yes, for Heather. We heard a claim that in the approval for the construction of the AC Hotel, the city required the developers to make the top floor a public amenity. Could you speak to that?
Sure. I did hear that and looked back closely at the approval letter for the AC Hotel project. And there's no condition within that approval letter that the upper floors be made publicly accessible. And so I'm not sure where that is originating, but it's not something that the city required. Now I can't say that maybe staff didn't negotiate and kind of push for that during the process. I'm not sure, but there's no formal requirement along those lines. And I also wouldn't feel comfortable with a requirement like that. And so I was heartened to see that no, indeed, we did not make that requirement as a city.
Thanks, Heather.
Thank you, Alder.
Heather, I have another question. You said this. How far is the setback? How many feet?
I would be estimating, if I told you right now, I'd need to go back to drawings and dig into that. I know that it's about 30 feet deeper than what it was at the outset of, when they first started bringing this for informational presentations. It's something I can find in moments, but I don't have that immediately.
So
and the step back that I'm referring to is along the East Washington Avenue side of the building on upper levels. And so it relates to the view issue that you've been hearing a lot about this evening.
Okay, and you think it's 30 feet. And what was it before? Was it like 20 feet and then the Plan Commission pushed it to 30 feet or what?
So the Plan Commission saw it in its current state that you're seeing it this evening. Okay. I think when the developer made their presentation, what they shared is the earliest version of the concept that was shared publicly for informational purposes, and then the big move that they made on those upper levels to push it back another 30 feet from the East Washington Avenue side of the building. What I don't know is the initial step back of those upper levels. I'd either need to, have someone defer to the architect or do some measuring here in the next several minutes.
Can you show that slide for a minute on
sure
where
let me pull that
is at?
Just a second.
While you're looking at that, I mean, the bottom line is nobody is going to be thrilled about losing their view of anything, right? So I'm concerned that these two projects, this project in particular, because the AC is already built, is not working closer together to maximize their view. So is that the slide that shows the setback?
Yes, this is. And so what we're seeing here, this is East Washington Avenue's on the bottom of the screen that you're seeing. Mm-hmm. The square then would be to the left. The state capitol would be to the left. And so it's this area here, and I'm hoping you can see my cursor here.
Yeah.
This is the area that the closest portion of this upper level of the building is 33 feet from the building under it, which is roughly at the property line.
And what's the 23.8 feet?
Let's see, the 23 feet 8 inches is, let's see here. I'm sorry, I misspoke. The 23 feet 8 is this closest setback here. Mm-hmm. The setback from this corner of the building, from this corner of the upper levels, is 3310. So over here it's 3310. On this side, it's 23 feet 8.
Okay. That makes a big difference. And are we, thank you, Heather.
Sure.
If there's more questions for the applicant, then I have questions for them, but you don't have to open it, just for me.
Although I don't have anybody else for questions. Nope. Yes, I do. Alder Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. I forget who said it in the testimony, but perhaps Heather can enlighten us, those of us that weren't on the council back in 2015. But I seem to recall somebody saying that when the AC hotel developer came to the city, part of their package in terms of receiving approval for the height of their building was to demonstrate what anticipated heights of neighboring buildings that would be built in the future could be. So is it something where it would be, I guess, fair to say that the development that Urban Land Interest is proposing right now in terms of the height should not come as any surprise to the owners of the AC based upon
sure. I mean,
their communication?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, from the city's perspective, you saw slides relating to that question this evening from the applicant team. But I think that from the city's perspective, we just want to reiterate that the downtown plan was adopted back in 2012, and it clearly recommended Capitol View heights, which is what we're seeing in this proposal. ULI is not asking for any height over and above what our downtown plan and the subsequent zoning map allow. And one of the differences between the two sites is that the AC Hotel, when it came in for approvals, was actually seeking to add height over and above what the downtown plan and zoning map allowed. And so they needed to gain approval for a plan development for that reason in order to increase that height on a portion of their building. And so I think, at that time, they were making a strong case that looking at the developability of surrounding properties and foreseeing what could happen based on the underlying plans and zoning, they modeled their building, nested in what could be the maxed out heights of the surrounding properties. And so that's, I believe, what they were showing at the time.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions? Alder Rummel.
Mayor, this is a question for Tom Lynch. I asked this at Plan Commission, and I'm wondering if, Tom, we know more since we last talked about the impact on the parking utility. It was raised in the testimony, and I just wanted to have the council hear kind of your thinking on the 844 approximate stalls and the impact on Government North, and what the conditions in the staff report, how they might address it.
Yeah, I think I have a two-part answer. I think the 844 stalls probably will affect the parking utility. Because there's a fixed number of stalls and how we get users. I'm not sure if really it's the parking utility's role to say, well, there can't be any competition. I'd like to say, oh, we want to corner this market and there can't be competitors, which kind of leads me to the second point. And I think the second point is that as a city, we want to reduce our motor vehicle travel and increase travel with bikes and buses. And so we would like the parking to be priced appropriately so that there's no hidden subsidy for autos. And I think I mentioned this at the Plan Commission, is that we don't want a free $200 a month parking spot competing with a $60 BRT pass. We've been working with John Strange and others on debundling the parking so that there will be a cost passed on at least to the leasers. And we do have the TDM plan that needs to be addressed. And right now we're exploring options with our, the attorney's office and with the developer, because this is a good place for employment. It's well served by transit. I want to emphasize this is a good place for employment because it's well served by transit and it's relatively easy to get there through bike. We just want those parking spaces to be priced appropriately so that a person that's making a decision between driving in or taking the bus, that the actual costs are reflected in both. And I believe we can do that through the transportation demand management plan that they have to submit when we get to approve.
And that's been submitted and reviewed by staff?
It's been submitted, but it has not been approved yet.
Is that an internal thing, or do any of the transportation committees take a look at that, or how does that work? We're still kind of new at this TDM stuff.
Yeah, currently the condition with this development just has the Department of Transportation, or TE, I think, approving it. That could be an option if you wanted to refer it to the approval of it to a board or commission. You could do that. Currently, I think the requirement is just that we approve it.
Thank you. Looks like Mr. College showed up. Maybe he has something to add.
No. I beg your pardon, Alder? Did you have another question?
He turned on his camera, like maybe, he wanted to join in. So but nodded no.
Question for Yang.
President Carter.
Yeah, my question is: was there a traffic impact study on Webster where the garage entrance is going to be?
Yeah, thank you, Alder Carter, for that question. The developers team did submit a traffic impact study. Looking at how much traffic is going to be generated. The study shows that actually the new development will generate a little bit over twice amount of traffic as existing building can serve, and it definitely cause more congestion to the intersections and streets around the development. Mm-hmm. But they also did analysis showing that by industry standards, those added delay will still be acceptable for operation of the system. So they did do that, and also Autorama that Tom actually covered all the things I want to say about the previous question.
Thank you, Yang. Are there any other questions for staff?
At this time, I'd like to make a motion to refer.
President Carter moves to refer. Is there a second?
Second for purposes of discussion.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded to refer. President Carter, where did you wish to refer it to?
I would like to refer this to back to the Plan Commission and to come back to Common Council after UDC gets to see it. And I can speak to this.
Please do.
So there's a couple concerns that I have regarding with this development. Number one, they stated on more than one occasion that the setback was 33 feet. The exhibit that they showed shows that the section closest to Webster Street is only 23 feet, and the section that is 33 feet is on Pinckney and East Washington, which is an advantage to their building, actually. The other thing is that I believe that this development can be tweaked a little bit better. I think that I am concerned about the congestion on traffic on Webster, even though our expert, Mr. Yang Tao, said that it's not going to have that much of effect. As long as COVID is around, there's very little traffic at rush hour, but I've used the street during rush hour, and you do get backed up on the street. And I think there should be a little bit more analysis on this. It's, as one of our former alders used to say, it's not sausage yet, and I think that it does need some tweaking.
Thank you, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. I very much respectfully disagree with my good friend, President Carter, on this, and I urge my colleagues to reject the motion to refer to the Plan Commission and support the underlying rezoning. I have several points I'd like to make. With my colleagues' indulgence, I'll make them all now as part of this motion to refer argument, as opposed to speaking if the motion is defeated. So let me begin by saying this absolutely is a monumental development for the downtown, indeed for the entire city. And I think we might have very well set a record tonight with three former colleagues, three former alders testifying in this public hearing. this is a big deal. There's no denying that. But I want to assure each and every one of my colleagues that there has been tremendous due diligence done by our city committees and our city staff on this proposal. By my recollection, the first public meeting I attended regarding this application was way back in early May at the Landmarks Commission. The Landmarks Commission, the Urban Design Commission, and the Plan Commission have all unanimously or nearly unanimously recommended either adoption of this rezoning, which is before us tonight, or have approved all of the various matters that we grant to them under our ordinances that are within their purview, as is the case with the Landmarks Commission and the Urban Design Commission and Plan Commission. The Plan Commission vote literally last week, a week ago yesterday, was unanimous, including all three of my friends on this body that serve as Plan Commissioners. It was absolutely unanimous. I can appreciate that new questions have been raised and that the vast majority of this council has not seen this until tonight, because obviously the vast majority of us don't serve on Landmarks or UDC or Plan. But I assure you, this is not new. This is not some surprise. This is not rushed in any way, shape, or form. As the alder of the district, I've heard about plans to develop this for probably 2 decades now. When you think about it, the majority of this site, over 1/2 of this land, is currently surface parking lot right off the Capitol Square. So of course, it's prime redevelopment. Urban Land Interests, as I think you all will agree with me, has done an absolutely terrific job. They go above and beyond in terms of all of the products that they propose and that have, I think, to an absolute project, have been warmly embraced by this community. And that includes, obviously, many downtown, including many other monumental projects on the Capitol Square, like Block 89 and the Anchor Bank redevelopment. There's no controversy here. I held a large publicly noticed meeting for those of us on the council, a postcard mailed announced meeting earlier this summer, which had good attendance. You already heard from former alder and Downtown Neighborhood Association president, Capital Neighborhoods Incorporated, and their neighborhood steering committee, which is made up all of volunteers from the downtown, various stakeholders, unanimously is recommending that we support this rezoning tonight. The community is supportive of this in large measure. This is an important project, and even if we refer this one meeting to our December meeting, I think it will send a signal that the council honestly doesn't completely buy into the importance of the downtown's recovery in these unprecedented times. The development of this proposal would assist in our efforts to prevent major Madison employers to considering a move to the suburbs, or even worse, leaving Dane County in the region. It would provide a wonderful option for major employers to locate here on the Capitol Square, or to retain existing downtown employers on the Capitol Square. You've already heard Brad Binkowski discuss the absolutely unpredictable and breathtaking expansion of Zendesk downtown on the square already in the Anchor Bank redevelopment. The addition of this employment base to the downtown would also bolster our struggling downtown retail, because it will eventually provide so many more customers to downtown retail. It will, by expanding the employment base, by expanding the opportunity for Class A office space, it will also provide a much greater audience for downtown retail, not to mention all of the retail spaces that would be created as a part of this development. So from that perspective, I urge you to support this. Additionally, as you heard in the testimony, as is always the case, ULI will use labor general contractor Findorf. I appeared, as many of us are invited to do over the years, at last week's weekly meeting of the Building Trades Council. This was the main topic that the building trades representatives wished to talk with me about, was the importance of this development for their members in the union building trades. I told them, frankly, I don't think you need to appear tonight, because I think the only issue will be about the view of the restaurant across Webster Street, which of course is a point I'll get to in a moment. And so they're not here tonight, and I take responsibility for that. But this is going to be a largely union-built project if we approve it. The fact of the matter is that I don't believe referral will improve this project at all. The applicant has already made compromises. They've already withdrawn some of the bulk of the building off of East Washington Avenue to help preserve and maintain some of the views from East Washington Avenue corridor, and specifically from Vino on the 10th floor, in particular of the AC Hotel and that terrace view, the balcony view outside. The issue of the view I'll get to now. Let me state at the outset that my heart goes out to Pepe and Sarah and all of their employees and their families of Vino. I totally understand their perspective. I met with them for hours, and if you include meeting with them and with the planning staff and meeting with them in the neighborhood association steering committee meeting, it would certainly be hours. I have heard them. I've listened to them. I understand their concerns. I appreciate their concerns so much. I absolutely empathize with their thoughts tonight. One of the first speakers tonight was my old friend Craig Spalding, who's done so much to help revitalize the downtown over the years in his various endeavors. And my heart goes out to them, and the true fear that they have that their livelihoods will be impacted if the view is impacted when this building is built. I totally get that. As I've told Pepe and Sarah and Craig and others when I've met with them, I think they actually do themselves a disservice by not appreciating the quality of their food and beverage and the service that their employees provide. And I say that about all of their restaurants in our community, not just the Vino at the AC Hotel. I don't think that their business will suffer. I can appreciate that they believe it will suffer. I totally get that. The fact of the matter is there's no condition, as you heard Planning Division Director Stouter state, there was absolutely no requirement that there be public amenity on the 9th and 10th floors of the AC Hotel. It was an argument used by the developer of the hotel, North Central Group, to grant them the additional 9th and 10th bonus stories. There's no condition that be a public amenity. It was not a requirement of the city. Look up the rezoning and the letter of approval. It's not there. There's no requirement that there be public access on the 9th and 10th floors of the AC Hotel. And that's just the fact of the matter. So again, I empathize with the concern of the restaurant owners and their staff. I totally get it. The issue of block views in downtown development goes back all the years I've had the honor and privilege of serving on this council. We deal with it almost with every single solitary proposed development downtown is the loss of view. The loss of view of the Capitol, the loss of view of Lake Monona, the loss of view of Lake Mendota, the loss of various view corridors and the skyline of the city, the loss of view of Monona Terrace. The list goes on and on and on. As I shared with the Plan Commission in my testimony last week, I could look out the window here in my home, and if it was daylight, I could see the 6 buildings, yes, 6 different buildings that have completely blocked my view of Lake Monona that I once enjoyed when I first moved here 16 years ago. That's progress. I supported each of those developments. Coincidentally, half of those half dozen developments were by ULI. They're all good projects. I have a lot of happy constituents in those buildings living there. So I get it. believe me, I get it. The loss of view comes up constantly. It goes with the territory downtown. So it is not a standard that the Plan Commission felt was worthy. There's no standard relating to views directly that the Plan Commission felt was enough to oppose or to refer this last week at the Plan Commission. And I really don't see any rationale for why we should tonight. The only reason why this is before us is because in the existing downtown core zoning, which is generally the Capitol Square area, State Street, as well, and a block off in various directions off the square. In the DC zoning, the amount of parking garage width that ULI believes they need to operate their parking garage safely and efficiently is not allowed under the downtown core zoning district. That is the singular only reason why this rezoning is before us tonight. It was a determination of the zoning administrator that this has to be a rezoning, that it could not be, that driveway width would not be allowed in the DC zoning. We went through this with the Anchor Bank redevelopment garage. We went through this with the Judge Doyle Square garage, as the parking utility calls it, the Wilson Street garage. Been there, done that. This is the only reason why this rezoning does not meet the underlying zoning, is because of that driveway width issue. Obviously, this could come before us under an appeal of the Plan Commission's prior action. And so I don't want to say that it's absolutely the only way this would have ever come before us, but really that's why we're here tonight. And this obviously is not an appeal of the Plan Commission tonight. So I really urge my colleagues to support this $130 million development. Think of what it will do for our tax base as we continue with the recovery from the pandemic. This is, again, a monumental development that has gone through the process. It is not a secret. It hasn't been rushed. It was plastered all over the front page of the Sunday State Journal article in the late spring. Everybody, I think, was well aware of it. It has had countless public meetings, both city meetings and neighborhood association meetings. There's just no rationale for referral. I am convinced that the Urban Design Commission will have absolutely no problem with the wide UDD district requirements here. And the only reason it's going back to UDC, as you heard, I think it was former Alder Maniaci stated this in her testimony, is because of a public notice clerical error that occurred in the planning department. That's the only reason why UDC couldn't sign off on the fact that this isn't an urban design district at their last meeting when they approved this development, again, with only nearly unanimously. I think there was one dissenting vote at the UDC meeting. And the only reason it's going back there again is because of a public notice issue. And that is the only reason. There's no need to refer this. I don't think you want to sit through all this debate tonight and an additional public hearing potentially on the debate over the views. I think you all understand the importance of this and urge you again to reject the motion to refer and allow us to get to the underlying motion, which is the rezoning to allow this $130 million development to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Alder Bedar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two, I'm going to have my two ask at the same time so I can go back to back. But one, Heather, if you could give us like the very, very, very brief overview of the recommendation from staff around this proposal. And then after that, if I could ask one of the colleagues on Plan Commission to just give us a brief summary of the discussion on Plan Commission. So.
Sure, Alder Bedar. I think that the recommendation from staff is straightforward. It's to find that the plan development standards are met and to approve the request to rezone the property to plan development. So it was, unequivocal for the most part. We do have conditions, and one came up this evening regarding the transportation demand management plan that we anticipate it must come back for administrative approval. Like many developments, this does have a host of conditions that will need to be addressed prior to approval. I do want to just mention one more, and I believe this will be back before you in the future. ULI will need to go through the process to vacate an existing alley on the property, and that will go to Board of Public Works and then back to council too. And so those are just two things worth noting that, will require future review, either administratively or by our boards, committees, and commissions. But all in all, the staff recommendation was very positive. We believe that the planned development standards are met, as did the plan commissioners.
Thank you, Heather. I invite any plan commission alders to raise their hands. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. I can take a stab at representing some of the plan commission discussion, but I encourage alders Rummel or Lemmer to fill in any gaps or add anything else. As you've heard, it was a unanimous decision at Plan Commission. We had lengthy discussion. We heard much of the same testimony as what we've heard tonight. And there was questioning of the applicant, a great deal of questioning about some of the ideas that were proposed by their neighbors about different configurations for the building. Was it possible to pull the East Washington side back further, even on 1 or 2 stories? I remember asking about that. And, we're not engineers or architects, but we all in the end agreed that we felt like the accommodations that had been made by ULI were helpful, and that we did not see a way to redesign the building in a manner that would be reasonable and understandable by us too, because as I said, we're not engineers. We also discussed our standards of approval quite a bit, and in the end, it was a unanimous vote. So if this is to be referred to Plan Commission, I'm not clear what we could do. We could do anything, but I think we need really specific instructions about what to consider, given that we unanimously felt like we'd already evaluated the options. So I'd encourage that kind of input if people are in support of this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Heck covered it much better than my notes give evidence of. I would say that, in addition to talking about whether the applicant could rearrange the building, which the answer was they looked at it and the way it just didn't seem feasible to them. We also discussed the parking, which we raised again tonight, and I later might ask more about what a referral to the TDM referral might look like, but that's a separate question. And we also discussed how the kind of logistics of this historic building, the American Exchange building, they're going to do like a 6-story underground parking, and how do they protect that building? And I think Mr. Binkowski explained it, but it sounded very complicated, but it sounded like they studied it a lot. I think the one question that I wrote down in my notes is one of the standards for our Urban Design District number 4 gets to the question about the impact on the neighboring businesses, and that is the depreciation of economic value is one of the standards. And, I don't know that's Urban Design District's not very robust compared to some of our more recent ones. So I'm not really sure, how, what that would really mean if that were, when that goes to UDC, but that would be something. And we also heard from staff why, and then Ms. Stouter talked about why it was a planned development versus just a conditional use process. And it was the openings to the underground. We discussed the Capitol Height view, and there were some graphs about like the relatively marginal impact. And there is a conditional use that it's over 4 stories, but I think that we addressed that. And then as Alder had pointed out, we did pass it unanimously. So I guess my advice would be is if there is real interest in referring it, not to refer it to Plan Commission, but just back to ourselves after Urban Design Commission meets. I mean, that would be the only outcome that would be different potentially. And I'm not saying it will be, but I don't think sending it to Plan Commission will change anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Alders, Hack and Rummel covered it pretty comprehensively. So I don't have a lot to add other than we did certainly discuss the different configurations of the building in depth as far as the view. And I don't really see, that there would be much more to discuss there. And we also discussed the fact that in the staff report, when you're looking at the conditions of approval, views aren't promised or guaranteed. So we are limited in how much we should be considering that as well. As everyone knows, this was unanimously recommended for approval. So I would encourage not referring it. And I will not be supporting the motion because I support approval of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any Alders wishing to discuss the motion? Alder Bedar.
Just one more question for Heather. I just want to confirm what you said previously, but it is going to go to UDC regardless of a referral or not. And what you explained is that UDC will be looking at the urban design number 4 standards, and that is within the UDC decision-making process and does not have to come back to council. So even if we referred it, it is not something that we can do anything about. It is a UDC decision.
That's correct. So the UDC does have kind of the final say on anything happening in the urban design districts. Of course, that's appealable to Plan Commission and could one day find its way to council, but it's not a decision that the council sees automatically.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, I have no other Alders in queue. The motion is to refer back to Plan Commission. I anticipate that there is not unanimous consent, so we will move to a roll call. Let's see if I can do this. I'm going to ask staff to keep themselves muted and ask you all to unmute yourselves. And so all those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed to referral, no, as your name is called, and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Tierney?
No.
No. Bervier?
No.
No. Wahilier? I'm sorry? Abstain, okay. Abbas is excused. Alboris?
No.
No. Balde? Balde?
Yes.
Aye. Bidar?
No.
No. Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Evers?
No.
No. Foster?
No.
No. Furman?
No.
No. Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. Heck?
No.
No. Hennick?
No.
No. Campbell?
No.
No. Lemmer?
No.
Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
No.
No. Rummel?
No.
No. Skidmore?
No.
No. That is 2 ayes, 15 noes, and 1 abstain.
With 15 noes, the motion fails. And we are back to the main motion, which is to adopt with conditions. Is there discussion? Alder Rummel.
This is for Tom Lynch. I just wanted to follow up on your we could do this kind of recommendation. I'm wondering, maybe Heather could chime in, would we approve the plan development, but then refer the TDM? Can we separate? How would that work if we wanted to do that? What would that look like?
I guess my suggestion would be to change its condition number 58 in the staff report. Right now, that sends the transportation demand management plan to the city traffic engineer. And if the council really wanted to refer this to the TPPB, one way to do that would be to add the TPPB as an approval body in that condition, number 58.
What would be, I know we're trying to review how we do this. How would that help us, or what value added would that be?
I don't know. I guess you'll have to decide that. Right now, what we are doing is we're working with the city's attorney's office to explore mechanisms that we can just make sure that the parking is appropriately priced. We feel like that is the key. If the parking is priced, then the market will help direct trips towards other modes. And so we've had, and we want to work with the developer, and I've spoken with the developer, and I think they want to, I want to say this, they understand our concerns. And so, you are welcome to refer it to the a committee. However, within the DOT, as we're working with the attorney's office, we are being very diligent about trying to. I guess what I'm going to say enhance the positive qualities of this development. Like, this development is placed in a very good place with access to transit and, relatively good bikes. And so we just want to make sure the TDM plan capitalizes on all the positive aspects of this.
Thank you so much. I was going to say, what do the alders on TPPB say? And I see one of them has his hands up, so I'm definitely interested in hearing that perspective, because I know this particular alder just referred a bunch of items on our agenda to the various transportation commissions. So thank you. Thanks for your...
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Tom, could you just clarify whether if the referral were to happen, is the appropriate referral to TPPB or to TC? We have a fairly clear distinction between the jurisdiction of the two in the ordinances.
The previous referral for Madison Yards was to TPPB. Okay. And we have been working with TPPB on the TDM plan. And so I think that the TPPB is most familiar with the measures that are at place and with the TDM plan that we are seeking to maybe implement.
And can you clarify for us that this project is in a sort of awkward in-between space? We're working on an overall policy, which will have a set procedure going forward?
Yes. So we've been working with SSTI and the Harvard Bloomberg Fellowship to develop a TDM program and policy that's predictable for developers and also accomplishes our goals of decreasing vehicle miles traveled. The applicant submitted a TDM plan prior to us developing, that TDM policy and plan. We've run it through you might say the evaluation matrix of what we are currently considering, and it's largely consistent with that. I think there's one desire right now is just to have the parking appropriately priced. And I think right now we're exploring just what can we do that, I want to say this, what's legally possible for us to request within the state of Wisconsin statutes. And so it's really focused. And right now, most of the other attributes that they propose are good. We just want to make sure that the market is able to reflect the cost of auto travel, and we're exploring with our attorney's office what we can require in accordance with Wisconsin statutes.
Thank you, Tom. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to suggest, and I think Tom summed it up well, but I think if as staff is working on this and with the city attorney's office, I mean, if they wanted to bring the item to the board for review and input, I think they could probably still do that even without an explicit referral. So I guess I don't, just procedurally, I'm not sure how much that would complicate things, but I guess I don't feel a strong compulsion that it should need to go to TPPB. I think the staff got pretty straightforward on this one, but again, certainly if I think staff has brought things to us before in terms of just a discussion item and to get input, so I think that could probably still happen even without a referral.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahile, and please tell me if I'm pronouncing your name wrong.
Yeah, that's okay. So I have a question for those alders who have been part of the planning commission. And my question is, have they considered Vino proposal, which is like not to be against the project fully, but to make some adjustment? And when they made the decision unanimously, have they considered those changes, and what were the results?
Thank you, Alder. We can ask if any of the Plan Commission alders wish to speak to that. Alder Rummel.
A little bad I'm talking too much. I'll try and stop from this point forward. But yes, Alder, they didn't show it tonight, but at Plan Commission, Vino showed their architect's version and proposed changes, which you maybe saw in the materials. And the architect for the applicant for ULI explained very carefully the constraints on the existing structure to just moving around the top. I mean, moving around the top would seem like such an easy answer and to benefit, but it just looks easier than they said it would be. So we did discuss that at length, and I don't know that we took any Plan Commission sort of said, "Oh yeah, you convinced us," but we did hear about it in detail.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So the motion is to adopt with conditions. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted with conditions. And we will go on to item number 15, which is Legistar 62396, creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning of properties at 540 through 550 Redden Drive and 804 through 836 Seven Winds Trail. So we'll open a public hearing. We have one registrant, Brian Munson of Lakeside Street, in support, available to answer questions, representing Viridian Homes. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter.
Move adoption with conditions.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, that item is adopted. Takes us to item number 16, which is Legistar 62411, creating sections of the MGO to assign zoning to properties located north of Sigilcow Road between Interstate 39 and 90 and the eastern town line at County Highway AB. On item 16, we'll open a public hearing. We have no registrants. We'll close that public hearing. President Carter.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted. And on item 17, which is Legistar 62435, creating sections of the MGO, change the zoning at 4502 Milwaukee Street. We'll open a public hearing. We have two registrants. We'll start with Matt Hine on Portland Parkway in opposition, to be followed by John Morse.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Excellent. Appreciate everybody's time. I've got a newfound respect for the members of this process and sitting through this tonight. So thank you for your time. I've been a resident here on Portland Parkway for 17 years, just vehemently opposed we are to the zoning of the property located at 4502 Milwaukee Street, which is the old Carmenta nursing home, to be a homeless shelter. We're not opposed, obviously, to a homeless shelter. We just feel this site has major issues. Our daughter on July 31st was shot in her front yard while playing croquet, of all things, in a drive-by shooting. This has been a part of the regression of the East Side that a lot of us are familiar with. This was due to drug and gang and violence that has continued over here in the Milwaukee Street area. A couple examples just to give people a clue of what's going on. Quick Trip down the street, one of the busiest Quick Trips in Dane County, has had countless overdoses of heroin issues here, as reported by the Dane County Sheriff. There was a Chase Bank location that was directly across from Carmenta that was robbed repeatedly. There was a person shot and killed there. That bank has since left that location. It is vacant. Next, Rocky's Liquor, which is going to be directly across from Carmenta, has been problematic throughout the years. It will continue to be problematic with a nursing home directly across the street. And last but not least, a school. Toad Hill is directly next to this site location. We just think that's a terrible idea from a site location ability to put that. So just as an elected official, we just ask you guys, is if you approve this, obviously that responsibility going forward would be on you. We just think this is, like, again, a terrible idea. We don't believe that we should try to jam this through here at the end of the year. And ultimately, we just feel the aptitude. We have the aptitude as a community. We have the real estate wherewithal, and we have the experience to find a better site. Again, let's not jam this through at the end of the year. We definitely appreciate the ability to talk here tonight. And just as Rich Lynch echoed earlier, quality of life here on the East Side is just as important as it is downtown, the West Side, any other part of the city. So we definitely would appreciate some careful consideration when we're reviewing item number 17. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Morris of Belmont Circle in support.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. All right. I'm a resident of Rolling Meadows neighborhood. I've lived here for about 5 years. I called in the Plan Commission last week to hear about this particular item. And I was disappointed to hear strong opposition from many of my neighbors, or several of my neighbors anyway. And I want the commission and the council to know that there are people in this area also in support of this project. I share the previous speaker's comments and concerns about drug use, crime in the area, and violence and all those things. However, I don't think it is fair to attribute those crimes to homeless people, especially homeless families that, as far as I'm aware, likely do not yet reside in this area. I don't think it would be fair of us to ask other neighborhoods or other parts of the city, other parts of the county, to support those in need if we are not willing to do the same right here. And as a layperson, my understanding is that the Carmenta building is a particularly apt property and structure for this type of use. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are our registrants on this item. So do we have questions for either of them? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions or discussion? Alder Foster.
Thank you. Heather Stouter, could you just speak real quickly? So this item is on the rezoning. Can you speak to the how this fits in our comprehensive plan goals and future zoning map?
Sure, Alder. So this site is currently zoned for residential use in the SRV2 district, to be specific. Our comprehensive plan does recommend neighborhood mixed use in the long term for this node along Milwaukee Street. And so now the rationale for rezoning this at this time is twofold. First of all, at the site where a nonprofit partner of the city desires to do a mission house in short order or a shelter for families. Mission houses are not currently allowable in the SRV2 zoning district. They are allowable in the commercial corridor transitional district, which is one of our mixed use districts in the city. And so we would envision this rezoning supporting quick transition of the existing vacant building to that use. And then also in the long run, we feel that a rezoning to this mixed use district CCT is consistent with our comprehensive plan and would envision this site as an ideal site for either reuse or a more substantial redevelopment in the future with commercial and residential uses, perhaps in a mixed use building.
Thank you, Heather. And I had another question for Jim O'Keefe. Jim, and maybe just thinking about both this item and the one that will come up in front of us next, is obviously they're both related in order to accomplish the goal that the members of the public spoke to and the Stouter just mentioned. Could you give us just a brief history of why the thought of using this site for a mission house and sort of how we arrived here? And also, if you could just speak to that question that was raised of couldn't we just find a better site somewhere else for this?
Thank you, Alder Foster. The Salvation Army currently or has long operated a shelter facility serving families and single women in the 600 block of East Washington Avenue. They are planning to redevelop that property, redevelop their shelter and the rest of their holdings on East Washington Avenue. They've received land use approvals to proceed with that development. And that is how things were playing out until earlier this year when the pandemic struck. One of the first actions that the Salvation Army took was to move families that they were serving at that East Washington Avenue location to a local hotel setting to provide safer shelter accommodations both to those families and to the single women who are also being supported at the East Washington Avenue site. The ability to provide that shelter service in hotel settings has been largely attributable to resources available through the Federal CARES Act that came through Dane County and was made available to support those shelter accommodations. Those funds are scheduled to expire at the end of December. We, the collective, we, City and County and others working on this, anticipated during the course of the summer that there would be additional stimulus funding available to local governments for purposes like this as the pandemic raged on and became alarmed as summer turned to fall and that additional funding did not materialize. And so we were left in a position of, again, that funding expiring at the end of the year, and that prompted, all of us working in this area to look for other accommodations when families would be forced to leave those hotel settings. The Carmenta property was, I think, as many of you might recall, was a property that the city contemplated acquiring earlier this year to provide support space that might be needed to deal with the pandemic. We decided not to proceed with that acquisition because other accommodations became available, mostly through these hotel arrangements. And again, as the year wore on and it became clear that there would not be additional federal funds available in a timely manner, we looked for alternatives to the hotel sheltering accommodations for families. Because of its prior use, the Carmenta facility again emerged as a very good option for us, and that was the direction that we collectively moved.
Thank you, Jim. And thank you, Mayor. And I do have a comment after questions are done.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if Jim could just expand a little bit more on what are the unique advantages of Carmenta as opposed to other locations in the city.
Well, it certainly has the advantage of providing a better setting for supporting families than what is currently available at the hotels, where families are sheltered individually in rooms. There's very little opportunity for interaction among the residents at the hotel, and case management staff makes it very difficult. There are few, if any, accommodations for common areas, for outdoor activities, and so generally speaking, it provides an advantage to the hotel setting. It is not possible to go back to the Salvation Army and safely shelter families. That facility is being used entirely now to support single women. So there aren't a lot of other properties available. There especially aren't a lot of properties available that can be accessed within the short period of time that we need to gain access to. So again, it made this facility, which has separate rooms, which has facilities for food service and office space for staff. It made it a pretty attractive alternative.
See, thank you. That's the only question I have right now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is Acting Chief Wall, could you come up on screen?
I don't
Or
know
someone from that department?
Have Chief Wall here.
Is anyone that could speak from the police department?
Give me a second, Alder. Does not look like we have anybody from MPD on the call, Alder.
Okay. I don't know if my question, let me just put the question out there. It's probably no one there that could answer that question. The concern that the public speakers were expressing is a concern of public safety. And I wanted to know from the current location of the Salvation Army, that location, had there been significant calls for service, had there been an concern, has there been an inordinate amount of police activity around the location where they've moved from? And I wanted to make that connection from the police, but there's no one that can answer that question for me. So I withdraw it.
Alder, let's see if Mr. O'Keefe has any information that's relevant.
Well, certainly, Mayor, during the course of neighborhood meetings and conversations about the Salvation Army's redevelopment proposal on the 600 block of East Washington Avenue, there was a lot of opportunity for neighborhood residents to speak to issues of incidents of crime or other disruptions in the area. I think that generally speaking, they found the Salvation Army to be responsive to those concerns. I think that if somebody from the central district, or the downtown district rather, of Madison Police were available, they would tell you that they have found the Salvation Army to be a cooperative and responsive partner with them. So I don't believe that that there would be an inordinate concern about the kinds of activities that were expressed at the location on the 600 block. If anything, I think the fact that families that would be served at the Carmenta facility, by and large, are more stable by virtue of the fact that they have been in a hotel setting. They have been more stably housed than has traditionally been the case for families that are served through our shelter system. And I would I think finally add that the Salvation Army is better prepared in that they are better resourced in coming months and year than they have been at the Salvation Army. There is a good amount of financial support available for them. That's going to translate into added staffing, and I think the operation will run well at Carmenta.
Thank you, Jim. That's exactly the vein I was going into. Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hack.
Thank you. If I may, I just wanted to add a couple more pieces of information for Alder Harrington McKinney's question. Given that the Salvation Army's original shelter is in my district and just around the corner from where I live, I think that Jim pointed out, I think appropriately, about the Salvation Army being better equipped right now to provide services and shelter to these families because of having more resources. But also, there have been problems down here, certainly, and I agree that the Salvation Army has reacted as they could, but there's also a concentration down here of people experiencing homelessness that won't be the case at the Carmenta site. The Beacon is just across the street from the Salvation Army, and we're relatively close to the square where there are other people that need services. And the Salvation Army facility here was not built to house people at all. It's an old elementary school, and so their facilities were definitely not appropriate. And I think that's part of the argument as to why the Salvation Army redevelopment is moving forward, because their facilities were so inappropriate, and that they'll be able to provide much better services in the future. And I think the Carmenta site is also much, much better than what the current Salvation Army shelter has been, that where families were housed up until the COVID pandemic started. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington-McTinney, another question?
Yes, my follow-up is exactly that. The fact that you have, when you're moving families who have gone through some distressors or challenges, but when you move them into a place and a location and a space that is well resourced, I mean, that is the key. I think that was a failure of so many housing projects, is that they are not well resourced. And what I hear that Jim said is that the Salvation Army will bring along not only families, but they will be well resourced, and they'll be able to proactively address any issues that comes up. And so that's the security, that's the public safety that the people within that area would want to know, is that the Salvation is not bringing issues and challenges to the community. That community already has issues and challenges, but that the movement of the Salvation Army there would not add to that. And it has to be well resourced, or some of their fields will be realized. And so thank you for sharing that, Alder.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff?
I have a question for staff.
President Carter.
Jim, do we have a lease agreement with the Salvation Army? And in that lease agreement, are there any conditions?
Alder Carter, we are currently negotiating a lease arrangement with the owner of the property. We have not yet turned that attention to the Salvation Army.
Okay, thank you.
And I should probably add that that our interest may extend beyond a lease arrangement to a potential acquisition of the property. Again, we're in negotiations with the current owners.
Thank you, Jim. I have no other alders wishing to ask questions. So, Alder Foster, we're back to you for discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to acknowledge that this has been a pretty challenging and difficult public process because of the sort of fits and starts, and we just haven't really had the ability to have hey, here's a proposal, here's a plan, let's get everybody's feedback on it, discuss it, et cetera. So I know that's been really challenging for folks. I just wanted to acknowledge that. Of course, this isn't the only one of those circumstances that we've been dealing with since COVID hit. And, we've had similar situations in terms of needing to set up a men's shelter out at Warner, and now moving that to the Fleet Building. And, of course, every neighborhood might have concerns with these kinds of changes. And, I think we're just doing what we need to as a community to provide housing for people. It's really that simple. Just providing shelter, I guess I should say. Similarly with the OM Village 2, we took some emergency action to allow that to get up and running to provide a roof over the heads for some people. So this, really we're just in that situation here as well. So with this item in front of us, the next item related to the use of Mission House and allowing that to be a permitted use in this zoning district. And then Jim also alluded to the work around lease and potential purchase of the site itself. So that is an item that was introduced from the floor tonight and will be in front of us at a future meeting. So those are all, a number of different things that all had to come together to make this happen. So, I think all of us can acknowledge that there's a lot of barriers and a lot of things standing in the way to solving some of these problems. And I just also wanted to really acknowledge staff's work on this. I think can be extraordinarily frustrating to put so much energy into things and then have them stop from one day to the other, and then they start up again and they stop. And so just really want to acknowledge, especially Jim and Lynette, and as well as zoning, real estate, and plenty of other staff that have been really working to coordinate all these details to hopefully make this happen. And also, I did share with my residents, but we will be hosting a virtual public meeting to be able to get the information, the answers that we would have liked to have put out there before having this in front of us. We'll be doing that in mid-December. And we'll have Salvation Army there, and we'll have a good opportunity for folks to ask questions, get answers. And our goal is also to set up a neighborhood steering team to be able to have an ongoing relationship with Salvation Army and make sure that we are able to deal with any issues that come up. So I just wanted to share that commitment as well, that there's a lot of people working to make sure that this will be a positive experience for everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any other discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted. And we'll come to item number 18, which is Register 62436, amending portions of the MGO to allow mission houses a permitted or conditional use in several zoning districts. And we will open that public hearing. We have a number of registrants. And we'll start with Mary Donahue of Diamond Drive in opposition, to be followed by Ken Kovacic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. I'd like to begin by voicing my concerns about the process that was engaged in order to turn Carmenta into a homeless shelter. I appreciate what the alders have said about this had to happen in a very short time span, and there was not a need for, or there was not an opportunity to do the kind of public meetings that otherwise normally would have happened. But the irony of being on the same agenda with a building going in on the square is not lost on me, where we heard that the building development there had a steering committee, but this didn't. We heard that it was given tremendous due diligence, but this wasn't. So Carmenta closed in May of last year, and it was in my research that I found that the city started looking fully a year ago, December 2019, at reusage of Carmenta, that the RFP went out in late spring and a service provider agreement with Salvation Army was signed some months ago. And the very last step in this was to change the zoning, which we learned about just over a week ago on the 9th. And now today on the 17th, it feels like our last chance to really be heard. We learned in all of that process that Salvation Army had already engaged in negotiation with the lead scene agent, and now we're hearing that they're talking about buying the building. So we have a lot of concerns, especially in a time when so many people are expressing a distrust in their government and believing in the veracity of information. This just seems like a terrible way to have handled this process. To schedule a neighborhood meeting on December 15th, when this is already a fait accompli, seems like we've been shut out of the process. In all of those months that all of these conversations have happened, the issues that our neighbors have encountered that include all of the things you've heard about, the speeding on Milwaukee Street, the shots fired, including Matt's 9-year-old daughter being struck on Portland Parkway, the drug use, the noise, the use of High Stand Park nearly 24 hours a day, the overdoses in the parking lot there and in the driveway for Toad Hill, which is a licensed school. These are all things that we've brought to the police department, the fights at Rockies, the disturbances there. We've been told already that there are just not enough resources to address these issues. And so there's a deep concern that without addressing those issues, that this is not going to work out well for this neighborhood or for those people who move in here. Lest you all think that we're a bunch of NIMBYs who are just saying, well, we don't want this homeless shelter in our neighborhood, I would add that I want to stand as a voice for that vulnerable population. These are people who have already experienced a great deal of trauma, and they're in fragile condition. And we wonder where they'll go during the day if they have to leave at 8 and they can't come back until 5. Where will they go all day? There's not much here. There's the Quick Trip, there's the McDonald's. This is not a neighborhood that is well resourced. I know that the building looks great. It looks like a dream come true, but it's the neighborhood that is not so great. The idea of there being drugs and alcohol readily available next door and across the street to this facility scares me. For those kids, that they would be further endangered. For the women living there, that they'd be further exploited. We have a great deal of concern. We don't want to see some kind of adversarial dynamic set up between these families in need and the local residents in the neighborhood. We're asking that you take a little more time, you get some more input from this neighborhood, that you listen to our concerns and you help address them before adding this homeless shelter to our neighborhood. We'd like to be a welcoming community. You should see this neighborhood. We're everybody. We're Black, we're brown, we're white, we're variations of every combination thereof. The people who work in this neighborhood are cooks and social workers and bus drivers and salespeople. And we have lived here peaceably together for numbers of years, and we're good neighbors. And we're asking that the Common Council do a little bit more in terms of consensus building, operate with more transparency and collaboration, show this neighborhood that there's been greater preparation done. Those are the end of my comments, and I appreciate the time to be heard.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ken Kovacic of Diamond Drive, in opposition to be followed. Actually, that's the last person who wants to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to voice my opinion on this issue. I've been a homeowner in this neighborhood for close to 30 years. It has been a relatively stable, lower middle class area, allowing a mix of people to buy starter homes here. What's not been so great has been the activity on Milwaukee Street, the troublesome activity, more specifically at the parking lot at High Stand Park. These issues have not been resolved at all, and this parking lot is literally 100 yards from the entrance to your proposed location. And to make it worse, there is an established Montessori school that has been in business for 15 years right in between. The problematic liquor store, Rocky's Liquor, right across the street. The vacant parking lot, which used to be the Chase Bank, right across the street. After numerous calls to the police over this activity in the High Stand Park area, I received an email from a Madison police captain stating that they do not have enough officers to monitor that specific area on a more frequent basis. And then you want to put in this homeless shelter right next door. It's horrible planning and a surefire recipe for future problems. And I'm concerned about the well-being of future residents of this shelter. Will this be a full-time 24/7 shelter, or like other Salvation Army shelters, will residents have to vacate the building in the morning, not able to return until later that afternoon? There is really no place for these people to go. What really astounded me was during the Plan Commission meeting on November 9th, some members of this commission did not know that there was a preschool right next door. I appreciated their honesty, but was stunned that they did not know this. It's as if they never actually went to this location and looked around the neighborhood. They just looked at a map and said, "Looks good to me." I'm curious if any of you live in the area or have spent any meaningful length of time here. You would rapidly see all the trouble spots within only one block of this proposed shelter. Another major issue I have is the lack of mail notification, neighborhood notification that went out regarding this proposal. I live 1 block away and was not notified. Another thing that I want to say is, what do they say about real estate? Location, location, location. The building itself may be very well suited to your ideas and wants, but the location that it is in is not, at least not now. Finally, I have a feeling that you've already made up your mind that this is going to happen. If that is the case, please work with the Madison Police Department and other resources that you have to make sure that this is a safe area for everybody concerned, not just for the first week, but right now and on a continuing basis. I am very disappointed about the way that this issue has been mishandled in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Emily Bisson of Valley Road in support, available to answer questions. Dana Imps of Milwaukee Street in opposition, available to answer questions, and a number of other registrants not wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants? All right, seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Alder Harrington McQueen, any questions?
Questions for staff. Jim, could you tell me when is it's for staff and then also the alder of the district. Could you tell me the projected time that there would be a move-in at this location?
Alder McKinney, that's going to depend to a great degree on the progress of ongoing negotiations regarding lease arrangements with the current owner. We are anticipating that there would be some, but not substantial renovation that would be required inside the building to ready it for the proposed use. We would, I think, like to, if we proceed and if the property is used to provide shelter services to families, we'd like to see that happen early next year, hopefully within the month of January, but that's going to depend a little bit on procedural steps that we would need to take to finalize a lease and or secure a property, and then to finalize contractual arrangements with the Salvation Army. But we're hopeful that this could happen within the month or within the month of January.
Thank you, Jim. And now my next question is to the alder of the district. And what I hear is that people are saying that there has not been enough time for community input and talking through this process. And you had indicated a commitment that would happen. And you said December. So am I just really asking the question, is that kind of input going to happen in terms of the community that lives around that space?
Alders can respond to that question if they wish. Alder Lemmer?
There are two alders there, right? Alder Lemmer and maybe I thought Foster as well, but Alder.
Yeah, Alder Harrington McKinney, the alders can respond to questions asked.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll start. It's technically in Alder Foster's district, but I'm literally across the street. There's going to be a community meeting on December 15th, and if this is approved, their input and feedback would go into the planning for this. as Jim O'Keefe said, Salvation Army would be in attendance. I'm hoping that, I don't know if we've reached out yet, but I'm hoping that Captain Donahue from the Downtown Police District can come to share her insights and experiences from working with the Salvation Army.
Thank you, Alder. Did you also have questions?
Oh, I did. I was wondering, my understanding, this would be for Jim. My understanding is that since the beginning of the pandemic, the Salvation Army has not been requiring people to leave their facility or leave hotel rooms during the day. I was wondering if you have any information on that, and then any other information regarding staffing, security, and support that you can share.
Alder Lemmer, that is the case that during the course of the pandemic, that both at the current, the 600 block of East Washington Avenue, the women's shelter, and with respect to families being sheltered in hotels, the agency has departed from the practice that was described earlier, where people would need to leave the property in the morning and return and try to secure a spot at night. So they are providing 24-hour accommodations at both locations. And it is their intent that should they occupy the Carmenta property, that it too would be a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to, Mayor, if I could, want to make clear that that council members understand that I think Alder Foster mentioned early on that there is a resolution that would speak to getting access to this property, whether it's through a lease arrangement or a lease to purchase arrangement, that will be coming back to this council for approval, and so there will be an opportunity to discuss it more fully then, likely at the December 1st meeting.
Thank you, Jim. That's a good reminder that what's before us at the moment is a change in zoning. We're not currently discussing a lease or a purchase of this property or any contracts for its use. We're dealing with a change in the zoning. I understand the issues are tied together, but let's try and stay a little bit focused on what's actually before us. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. One question for Jim. There was a comment about taking some more time. Could you just speak to the implications of a delay on this particular item?
Alder Foster, if I understand your question, I think the change in ordinance that would allow this to be a permitted use would just it would provide more timely access to the property, which is really what this is all about at the moment. Responding to the loss of funding that is supporting homeless families now in hotel settings at or about the end of the year. And so there's a fairly urgent need to find alternative an alternative location for them. And so that provision would be important in allowing us to proceed in the time frame that we need to.
Thank you, Jim. And Mayor, to your point, I wanted to ask Heather to help clarify. So the previous item was a map amendment change for this particular location that would allow, in combination with what's before us now, which is actually a text amendment that relates to the use of Mission House. And I want to make sure that everybody is clear that this change is not simply for one location, but this would be a change for the entire city, and that this would allow the use of Mission House in these districts as a permitted use and not a conditional use. So Heather, could you just clarify that?
Certainly. So yes, this is a broad zoning text change for the commercial corridor, transitional, and the commercial center districts. So everywhere in the city, in those zoning districts, a mission house would become a permitted use under certain circumstances. And those circumstances involve an agreement with the city, a service agreement, and at least partial funding from the city. And so the reason for drafting the ordinance change in this way is to ensure that the city decision makers, this body, would indeed be able to have a look at future service agreements and funding agreements for these uses, that it wouldn't be permitted for any and all operators of mission houses or shelters, but that it would be permitted if and when the city is a partner in that effort. And otherwise, it would still remain a conditional use that would require plan commission approval at a public hearing, unless it is city funded and with a service agreement approved by the city.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My comments are kind of disconnected because I wanted to really make a comment to Alder Limmer, and you moved past me.
Alder Harrington McKinney, we're still in questions for staff. So did you have additional questions for staff?
No, we were talking with the Alder when you disconnected me.
Yeah, Alder, we're in questions for staff. The procedure of this body is to address the chair. So if you have questions for another Alder, you can address them to me, and the Alders can choose whether they want to respond to them or not.
So, Madam Mayor, I'd like to address a question to the Alder Limmer when it's time. That's my...
Alder Harrington, go ahead. There are no other Alders in the queue at the moment.
Thank you very much. Alder Limmer, I wanted to, at no way, there was a comment seeming that I was in no way disrespecting you as an alder, and I absolutely know your compassion for your constituents. And I wonder, that was a comment that I was going to make. The second comment is that I'm very familiar with that area. There are 2 African American churches within 5 and 10 minutes away. So understanding that community is very, very important. So I in no way intended to insult you, and the fact that you're working with the other alder in the district, I commend you for that. And so that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, item 18 is adopted. And we will move on to item 19, which is Legistar 62737, amending the MGO to allow a dwelling space to be located alongside a workspace in a live-work unit. We'll open the public hearing. We have no registrants. We'll close that public hearing. President Carter.
I move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption?
I just have a clarification question.
President Carter.
And this whoever can answer it. Can you explain a little bit about this ordinance? Is just for clarification, is that Heather?
I can give it a try. Matt Tucker is also here.
Oh, is he? I didn't see him.
Hi.
So
Matt can
Matt's been here all night just waiting for this. Maybe
I'm glad I could accommodate.
Well, this makes it worth a while. Nice to see you all. So in the zoning ordinance, live-work units, there's some very specific language to talk about the workspace and its relationship to the live space. And the current requirements are that it be above or behind. And what this ordinance would allow it to be is alongside. So you might have a situation where you might have to live right next to a workspace versus those other two layouts I described.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, President Carter. Are there other questions or discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted. And we are through the public hearings. And so that will take us to...
Can I move a 10-minute recess?
Alder Bedar will move a 10-minute recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded for a 10-minute recess. It is 10:11 p.m. We will be back at 10:22. we're less than a minute out from reconvening. So if I can ask alders to come back and turn their cameras back on. All right, I'm going to ask staff to keep themselves unmuted while I unmute all and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Alder Tierney?
Here.
Verveer?
Here.
Quihili?
Here.
Abbas is excused. Alboris? Boris? Oh, I heard you. Okay. Balde? Balde?
Yes.
Bidar?
Present.
Carter?
Present.
Evers?
Here.
Foster?
Present.
Furman?
Present.
Harrington McKinney?
Present.
Beck?
Here.
Hennick?
Present.
Kemble?
Here.
Lemmer?
Here.
Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
Here.
Rummel? Present. Skidmore?
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, we'll come back to item number 35, which is Legistar 61885, authorizing a second amendment to the use agreement with the Northwoods League Incorporated and the Madison Mallards LLC for non-exclusive use of the Warner Park Stadium. We have a number of registrants on this item. We will start with Jason Hagenow of High Street in opposition, to be followed by Alex Saludas.
Jason, you should have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted. Jason, you should have a prompt asking to be unmuted. Maybe he's not quite back at his computer yet. We could go to Alex.
All right, let's try Alex Saludas of Hammersley Ave in opposition.
Sorry, Alex, that was my fault. There you go. Yep.
Okay. Do you have audio?
Yes.
We do. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I didn't know when this was coming out. I just got in my car to go home from the office. So I'll go ahead and then start. Thank you. This amendment has many significant problems. Here's a few. The year's almost over. 170 events have been completed. Up to $1 million in CARES funds received, but no rent and no verification of the hardship. That tells me something. In 21, there's no rent until 125,000 tickets are sold. That's 30% more than every other summer college baseball team in North America. If sales match their best year, rent is still $17,000 short. There's no needs analysis and no capital improvement plan. We put the cart before the horse. The user locks up the ballpark for 8 years.
Large bailouts need a sweetheart deal like this. There are too many unanswered questions, and we're asking you to ask those questions and give us, the taxpayers, an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try one more time for Jason Hagenow. To see if you can unmute yourself. And if not, we do have also Vern Stenman of Sherman Ave in support, available to answer questions, representing Madison Mallards. Are there questions for any of our registrants? All right, seeing none, President Carter, let's get a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff?
I have a question for staff.
President Carter?
Is this Eric? Eric, can you tell me, there's been many comments from the public hearing about the lease agreement. Can you give us a brief synopsis on how this came about and why is it so low?
Certainly, I can walk through where this started. The current agreement that the Mallards have rights to the facility expires at the end of 2020. There are 3 one-year renewals in that current agreement that exists at the Mallards' option. After the Mallards completed the duct line project in 2017, soon after they started the conversation with the Parks Division about what is a successor agreement like, what happens after 2023. And I want to be very clear to this body, the Madison Parks Standard Convention with partners, Brittingham Boats, Ober Botanical Society, Winger Boats, our Camp Randall Rowing Club, countless dozens of partners, is not to RFP again after an initial RFP. So I want to be very clear with the council. I've heard a lot about an RFP and competitive process. That is far from our standard. And in fact, I'm not aware of any situation we've ever done that in the park system. But the Mallards started talking about a successor agreement of what's next at the stadium because the reality is the fan experience had been increased and improved from 2011 project. The Mallards projects in 2017 with the duct line promoted the fan experience. What hadn't been addressed is locker rooms, fields, concession stand areas, things that in almost every, not almost every case, in the vast majority of cases, you would see a city or municipality partnership in the capital project realm and a stadium deal, especially the field and field restroom type facilities. That's pretty standard of landlord's thing, or at least partnership. And frankly, I pushed aside the Mallards' overtures for figuring out what the successor agreement is, saying, it's a long way away. And then in 2019, we started the discussion of, okay, so what is that? What would that look like? And the realization is the Warner Stadium, the core of the stadium, the field, the dugouts, the locker rooms, the restrooms, if you've been in them, the core main concession stand, all need work. And we need to figure out a path to a partnership where that gets addressed. Over the last 10 years since the city's put any money into the facility, the Mallards basically deal with that problem on a day-to-day maintenance, solve the problem type of way. And it became apparent that we need a thorough understanding of a better partnership model, I think. But it's one where we don't have the resources to even plan for it. It's not a simple solution, I don't think, and I'm open to suggestions of what that would look like. And so the idea of extending beyond those 3 years was discussed. And then when the pandemic hit, that's when the rental rebate and reduction came into play. And I want to be very clear, too, that the 8 years is targeted giving more time for the Mallards to have some level of attachment to the facility that would allow them to manage their finances with some security of knowing they could be there. Because again, the $2 million or nearly $2 million investment of the duct line that we own, the city owns, was paid for by them. But they do need to service the debt on that facility for sure. And the idea that I would say is really important to note is if the Mallards do leave, and I understand there's a strong position that no, they won't, from some who believe that they won't, and I certainly hope they won't. But if they do, if something broke down, we have a real issue, and I want to try to give time and space during the stressful situation. I don't think the agreement terms are changing dramatically from what's there in the 3 years that already exist on their option. I think it gives flexibility to time it, because as of right now, the city of Madison has $0 budgeted towards that facility over the next 6 years in our capital improvement program. And I don't know where those dollars are going to come from with the current allocation. And I don't know how to get to an agreement where the dollars come from the Mallards, which is where I'd prefer them to come from. But we need time and space to do that. And again, I want to be very clear with the group here. I'm certainly open to the conversation about RFPs, but I want everyone to understand, and the public, what have you, this is not, what we've used here is absolutely the standard approach for Madison Parks as it relates to entities who have an agreement with us in a facility. But sorry, I hope I answered your question, Alder Carter.
You did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Carter. Alder Kemble.
Thanks. Yeah, Eric, can you clarify, did you say that after 2020, there can be 3 one-year extensions to the current contract?
Yes, the current contract that was a 2011 to 2020 contract does have 3 current optional one-sided extensions for the Mallards to the existing contract. That is true.
So would a 1-year extension to the existing contract give you the time to work out those capital plans and a better agreement?
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I clarify the 1 year. Are you saying 1 year additional to the 3 or 1 year from now? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure.
Well, let me clarify again what I thought I heard you say. 3 1-year extensions. So could we do a 1-year extension on the current contract? Question number 1.
The Mallards have the option today. The current contract ends effective at the end of 2020. It is in their hands if they want to renew for 2021 under the current contract with no further action.
Okay. So if that happened, would 1 year be enough time for you all to come up with a plan that lays out for this body and the public the details of, their capital improvement and what we would need to get in rent, et cetera, to come back for an 8-year contract next year?
I don't believe so without resources in a budget somewhere that somebody who's a professional can manage it. Like who can manage the project in a way that is thorough. And that's a very short timeline to come up with a very significant deal and analysis. And quite frankly, I really do understand the concerns, but the benchmarking to industry standards across the country is a lot of work. And to say I can put that on my staff in 2021 with the coming work plan, the vacancies we have, and the furloughs in place, I can't say we can achieve that deal. I really don't. And I don't know what the Mallards would even say about that, but that's my perspective on the issue. I do not think we can reasonably say we would have a firm, solid, clear path forward in 1 year from today.
Could we hire a consultant to do that work for us?
Certainly, yes. I mean, that's what I was saying. With additional resources, certainly that's something we could go through the process of trying to find a consultant who can do the work. I would certainly request and ask that there be very clear specificity around goals of what the community's goals are. With this, there's a very different model between revenue maximization and city control. Because I do want to be very clear with everyone here as well. This is not a lease agreement. Every year, the Mallards go to the Park Commission And every year, the Park Commission has significant control over the events that they're able to have, the types of things they can do, and that gives a very strong voice to the neighborhoods of the north side. Leases are a little different in other places.
So just to be clear, if we do nothing tonight or by the end of the year.
Complicated question, and I appreciate the work that staff has put into it so far. But for me personally, there's still too many unanswered questions, and I can't feel comfortable committing to the 8-year contract as proposed right now. So I will be voting no for it. I think it makes sense that hopefully the Mallards will take that extension and give us some time to work on a deal that everybody can feel good about. But I can't support this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Is there any additional discussion? Alder Evers.
Chair, permission to ask staff another question, please.
Go ahead, Alder.
Eric, a question for you. My concern in just saying that we're not going to do anything and essentially offer the Mallards an option to come back under the existing contract, pay the rent due for 2020 and the terms under that would be due in 2021 may be in fact unfair and unreasonable considering the burdens of the pandemic. So I'm wondering if there isn't a path forward short of voting this down and perhaps referring this back to Parks with specific direction to try to work out an interim agreement that would involve some equity and fairness given what happened with the pandemic. Because I guess, you know, I understand both sides. I understand the concerns about coming up with a better agreement. And the memo that you sent out, you indicated in your honest assessment that it's not a perfect agreement, that there are improvements that could be made. The question I have for you is twofold, and perhaps it would need to be asked to the Mallards themselves. Would there be harm, in your estimation, in referring this either to Parks or Finance to determine a process whereby we might be able to move forward and find a better agreement, and including some kind of repair, if that's the right word, to the existing contract so that the penalty and the burden, allowing them to renegotiate in some substantive way the current terms?
That's a good question, Alder. I certainly I can't speak for the Mallards in their situation. I won't try to. I would say from the Parks Division's perspective, the harm is relatively limited. Or you know, or not really harm. I guess it's a time and resource constraint of trying to determine what that is. I think the direction is certainly I would again look to the body for. I don't want to be flippant with it, but revenue maximization has never been our strategy. And if it's a strategy that we're going to go towards that as a priority, that's important to understand. And then with that, I don't know what those goals would necessarily be. But honestly, I think the harm would be on whether or not the Mallards see it as harm. And I can't answer that question. I can say from Parks Division perspective, we would certainly go back and work through it. I just appreciate as much direction as we can get from the body.
Thank you, Eric. Mayor, permission to ask the registrant a question? Bernstein, please.
Go ahead, Alder. He is still here. And if we can get Mr. Stemmen unmuted, please.
Hello.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yes, Vern, you no doubt heard my questions and what I'm trying to get at with Eric, and I'm wondering if you can comment from your perspective what would be necessary to improve this contract and in the short term, and what your suggestions are in terms of trying to resolve this in an equitable manner.
Yeah, I do think that this is a pretty good middle ground that attacks a very difficult situation. Just to put it in perspective, the Mallards won't play a home game optimistically for a 21-month period. And we're a seasonal business that typically employs 17 or 18 full-time employees. We're down to 7 full-time employees. This has been a terribly brutal year financially for us, and as we look towards to the 2021 season, if we're not allowed to return to play, in 21, which is certainly a possibility, or likely looking at reduced capacity in 21 at a bare minimum if we are playing. It's going to be difficult to dig out of the hole that we're in. I think it's important to note that the reason we're still viable right now is because a lot of our sponsors and ticket buyers had already invested in their partnership with us for the 2020 season, and they allowed us to keep that investment and roll it into a credit for 2021. And what that means is that we're going to start 2021 in a significant hole as we make good on the credits basically that we owe people for 2020. And as we kind of went through and explained all the challenges in front of us to the city, I was hesitant at first to even commit to any kind of rental fee in 2021 because we are really concerned about our ability to get through 2021 because of the hole that we're going to be in financially. And so the dollar per ticket balance, we felt kind of gave us a little bit of protection on both sides. If we are in a reduced capacity point, we could be okay. If we're at full capacity and selling out games like, we all hope we can, the city's going to be relatively whole, and we're still going to have that opportunity to continue over the next, I think it's going to take 3 years, honestly, to get to a point where we've dug out of the hole well enough. The city's kind of gotten into their next round of long-term planning where we can really come together authentically and put together an agreement for the long-term management of the facility that kind of maximizes everyone's concern. So I think it's going to take time. I think, Teg, you use or Alder Evers, you use the phrase interim. I think this is an interim deal. The reason that the term is as long as it is that we do have significant private debt tied into the building of the duck blind addition we did 3 years ago. And that, is still due. And we, at this point, have, the next 3 option years kind of are what our financing partners are allowing us to finance the investment over. To extend that time out over 8 years, especially given the challenges we've had this year, that helps balance things out for us over time. So I do think this is a solid interim deal. It's really vital for us from a continuity perspective to put this deal together. And really a major part of it that Eric mentioned a little bit is the flexibility it will give us in financing this improvement that we've invested in that is today owned by the city of Madison, which was our decision. That's what we wanted to do. We're happy that we did it. But we do have debt tied into that, which is typical for a business. And we're struggling to figure out the best way to make it all balance out. And this agreement hopefully does that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, are there other questions, I guess, for registrants or for staff? Seeing none, is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Alder Foster, a roll call. All right, roll call has been requested, so I'm going to ask staff please to watch your microphones and keep yourselves muted as I unmute all. And all those in favor of adoption, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Tierney?
Aye.
Aye. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Wehealy?
Abstain.
Abstain. Abbas is excused. Alboris?
Aye.
Aye. Balde? Balde?
Aye.
Aye. Bidar?
Aye.
Aye. Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
No.
No. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Aye. Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Hennick?
Aye.
Aye. Kemble?
No.
No. Lemmer?
Aye.
Aye. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
No.
No. Rummel?
It's wishing to speak.
Okay.
On 36?
On 36.
Yeah. I have a Sandy Park in support from Breda Drive.
All right. Why don't we go ahead with that person while I refresh the.
Okay. Sandy, you are unmuted.
Thank you. And I will be brief because of the late. I'm speaking in favor of the ban on alcohol in Allied Park. We had a 6-month test ban, and it worked well, and it worked as a good neighborhood park. And when the ban was lifted, we had a whole bunch of people in there drinking. There was drugs. There were a lot of police calls. There was a lot of disturbance in the neighborhood. And this neighborhood has worked really hard to become a decent neighborhood from what it used to be, and a whole lot of city resources went in to have that happen. And some of the older neighbors were saying that it was starting to look like it used to because of what was going on in the park. So I ask you to please pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Angela Jackson of Westover Court in support, to be followed by Annette Figueroa.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hello. My name is Angela Jackson. I'm the president of the Allied Neighborhood Association, and I support the ban as well because I lived right there and I seen all the records going on over there, and I support the ban too because that when the ban was there, it was decent, and we have children, and the park is for the children, and I just think the ban should be supported. So please pass it.
Thank you. And Annette Figueroa of Milford Road is neither supporting nor opposing, available to answer questions. And we have Lee Elliott of Sherwood Road in opposition, not wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Not seeing any questions. So now, President Carter, let's get a motion. President Carter, you're muted.
Move to adopt.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Alder, no questions for staff. Alder Foster, questions for staff?
Yeah, thank you. Eric, could you speak to this in the sort of the trial period, I guess it was described, and sort of what the conditions were, and I guess specifically how the alcohol ban has, how that's enforced and kind of how that has affected a change there?
Certainly, the temporary ban was put in place. It really, other than the signage and the education period that goes into the initial temporary ban, it also goes to the permanent ban. There's not a lot of active enforcement in a neighborhood park like Allied that is not going to be in a routine and regular patrol route for the park ranger team. Obviously, when they're there, where they would educate first. And I apologize, I did not look up the exact data, but I did not believe we issued any bans at Allied Park. Alder Hennick might know too from talking to Josh. Maybe one, but not many. Two, he says. So he actually has that data from talking to Josh more recently. 2 bans, which have been probably 24-hour bans. I know that didn't rise to my level of being anything more than that. So those have been people who had alcohol and then refused to leave the park or remove the alcohol from the park and come back. That'd be the approach. It was very low. I mean, honestly, we did not see a major problem before the temporary ban was requested by the neighborhood and the association. We didn't see a major problem while there was a temporary ban from an alcohol or behavioral issue in the park. But the neighborhood certainly has expressed the feeling that it changed it pretty significantly. We didn't see any change in enforcement time or resources in a significant way, I would say. I think I know the Alder has been very engaged on this issue. Alder Hennick has. And I think the commission has really started moving in a direction that's similar to what I feel from a staff perspective of we need to take this case by case and really look at the situation. The data says it's probably necessary, but the neighborhoods felt pretty good about it. And certainly there was some negative occurrences at Allied after hours are probably the bigger issue anyway at the park that probably did change after the alcohol ban. I would not say it's causative. So I want to be clear about that. But there were some bumps and some late night partying going on before the temporary ban. But I don't think it's causative again. And there weren't very many enforcement actions, 2 bans, probably 25 at max interactions around the issue of alcohol in the park or potential alcohol in the park or calls about potential alcohol in the park. So it was not a high enforcement location.
Thank you, Eric. And can you so it sounds like you're not aware of many issues before the ban. Can you just help me understand? Yeah, I'm trying to, I guess, imagine the scenario where there's a problem, it needs to be addressed, and that how does the alcohol ban help address the problem? I'm assuming if people are they're partying, doing whatever, that like either they're doing is not a problem separate from the alcohol component, or it is. And if there is a problem, that may or may not include the alcohol. Like, is the staff do they not have the ability to address the issue and really need this alcohol ban as a way to address it? I guess I'm just really struggling understanding how the ban is it going to improve the conditions or how it would,
Yeah, and I think, and from our evidentiary basis, I think it's there's not a perfectly solid, like, this is exactly what it does. I think it gives another tool to rangers, a tool that is very, very clear, right? You have alcohol on your person or you don't, right? In a bottle, that's alcohol, yes, it has to leave. Right, which is the standard approach. And if it doesn't, you have to leave, is potentially less. So we talked about during the budget process about rangers. One thing that can be really challenging for rangers is trying to enforce not being rude or belligerent. Right, our behavior policy says I can't be belligerent in a park towards other people. Those are a little harder, softer. There's softer things to regulate and try to pin down. Alcohol and illegal drugs in a park are two that are a little more clear. And again, we're not contacting NPD and trying to go down the law enforcement perspective. We're trying to take the behavior out of the park as our goal. But as far as how it helps, I think a lot of it's perception too. The signs go up. I think families, a lot of parents. What I hear from a lot with alcohol bans, I hear about alcohol bans from parents and about how that makes them feel more comfortable. Is that a real thing or is it perceptional? I think it's obviously a lot of perception, but they do feel it makes the park safer in that way.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I got to your question there.
Yep, that's good.
And there's not great evidence anywhere on alcohol policy, and every community does it differently. Some do it completely comprehensive, some do it case by case. It's an ongoing issue in the park systems across America.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Eric, another question for you. I think there's legitimate equity concerns here. I live near a park, Wingra Park. I have other parks in District 13. I'm not sure what level of scrutiny would be given if there were, a party that was disturbing a disturbance over at Wingra Park versus what might happen elsewhere. So I want to ask you if can you describe to me the extent to which the city's ResG tool is used in terms of making these recommendations to council?
Well, this the alcohol policy. This is an amendment to an ordinance that makes permanent a ban of alcohol under the MGO. This was not this has not been analyzed by any comprehensive ResG tool or a fast track tool, to my knowledge. I can tell you we've looked at bans, the actual impact, not just the intent. We've looked at ban data before, and alcohol ban data from actually issued by rangers, and I know we've looked at that from a ResG perspective, and I would say it's not perfectly proportionate to our the populations that we have in our community, but it was not dramatic. But this specific proposal hasn't been through any ResG analysis that I'm aware of. It was these ordinance amendments were introduced by the sponsor, the alder, or drafted by the attorney's office and introduced with the sponsorship of an alder, referred to the park commission, who reviewed it and brought it back here.
I understand, but at Parks Commission, do they use a ResG tool when reviewing the recommendation of the alder to evaluate it? Is that part of the protocol for Parks Commission?
No.
I'd like to make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead,
I'd like to
Alder.
move referral back to Parks Commission with the direction that a ResG tool be used to review this request.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Alder Evers, do you wish to speak to this?
Yeah, I think meant for something just like this, that we ask these questions and we ask the Parks commissioners to perhaps push back on the recommendation from the alder and go through the process and make sure that we are vetting these requests using the ResG tool. That doesn't mean that in every instance or in any instance they would be voted down or the recommendation would not be made. But my sense is right now that there's not much pushback on the part of Parks Commission when these recommendations come from an alder. And I think given the fact that we have this tool, it's incumbent upon us, if the process is going to be equitable, if it's going to acknowledge the racial justice issues that may be of some concern, that we use this tool in this instance. So yes, I would ask that we move forward and bounce this back to Parks Commission.
Thank you, Alder Hennick.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to kind of highlight the process that this came about from. So last summer, the residents, the NRT, the neighborhood association asked to make a permanent ban, and it's something that had been talked about to the alder prior to myself. And we did a trial period of a 90-day ban over the summer, because I pushed back a little bit on a full ban. And so we did it over the summer, and then it lapsed last fall. And then this summer we had a number of shooting incidences in Allied Park, and the requests for the alcohol ban didn't stop. It was a continuous thing that was being asked for by residents who live directly around the park and on the drive. We had a series of 2 meetings prior to the shootings, and then after the shootings, we had another 5 meetings with residents. And this was one of the requests that they made in a period of time after that, in a compilation of the people who were there were not only the Fitchburg alders, but there was a county supervisor involved at one point in time. And so we had a list of 5 requests that the neighborhood had made to me particularly. And I said that I would do my best to execute on those requests. And this is the only one left that hasn't come to fruition. So that's just letting you know kind of the background on how this came to be. But I mean, if alders feel that it needs more vetting, or if it might disproportionately affect people, individuals in the neighborhood, the reason that it has been a consistent call is that the majority of the incidences in the park are not from residents. They're from individuals coming from outside of the neighborhood into the neighborhood to have those events in the park, but isn't actually the residents having those events. And it's not a community park, it's a neighborhood park. So that's kind of the outlook. They had requested barricades were one thing to kind of prevent as much traffic in the park, because they had significant issues with cars parking on their basketball courts and driving over the grass. And so that was one of the requests they made. Another one was increasing the lighting in the area. So that's just a background on some of the events that kind of were the impetus for this request. I wanted to give you as much information as possible.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alder Hennick, for the extra info on that. That was really helpful. I do support the referral, but I also just really struggle with alcohol bans in our parks generally. I understand we have those in a number of our parks, and I think especially hearing from you, Alder Hennick, around sort of the circumstances that kind of renewed the calls for it. I just worry that it's, it can feel really, we can feel really helpless when things are going on in the community, and it feels like, well, it's like we got to do something, and maybe this is something that we can do. And I think I'm just really struggling understanding how an alcohol ban really addresses root cause issues, and I think the potential that it does impact people negatively who are not causing any harm is very real. So I would like to see the equity analysis, but I also, I just really think we need to be really thoughtful about any alcohol bans in our parks, because at the end of the day, we're going to end up with bans in all of them. Eventually somebody will ask for them. And I just think that our public parks, for a lot of people, it's a place where they can go and they can have a beer. That people that can't afford to go out and have one at an outside restaurant, terrace, the beer garden in my neighborhood, and pay $5 or $6 for a beer. So I really, beyond the impact to those that might get cited for it, I just really think that we should keep that space open for the public. And I think that allowing for the responsible use of alcohol in our parks is something that we should generally maintain. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick again.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Alder Foster. I appreciate the pushback on bans in general. I think that you've got a good point. The thing that I forgot to mention before that I kept hearing from residents was that it gave them the ability to discuss it with each other and create a norm in the park, that it's not a place that they drink alcohol. And that was something that they had brought up, that they wanted to be able to discuss with each other. We don't have significant, I'm sorry, I misheard Eric Knapp in the reference to a ban. I don't believe there has been a single citation in the last 2 years in this park for alcohol. So it's not saying that residents want to increase the citations being given. They want to create, they really appreciate the signage in the park. They appreciate being able to have those conversations with each other. It's not a place that, when somebody sees somebody with a open bottle in the park, that they're calling MPD. We just don't have significant calls for service. But it does, what I've heard them say is that it does give them the ability to discuss with each other those behaviors and be able to encourage the types of behaviors that they want to have in the park.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. The motion is currently to refer back to the Parks Commission. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Hennick requests a roll call. So we will move to a roll call. Again, I will ask staff to keep yourselves muted while I unmute all. And so the motion is referral. All those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Tierney?
No.
No?
No.
No. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Wehealy?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas is excused. Alboris?
Aye.
Aye. Balday? Sorry, I didn't catch her.
No.
No. Bidar?
Aye.
Aye. Carter?
No.
No. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Foster, I believe you recused yourself on this item. Is that correct?
Nope.
No?
I didn't recuse myself at all.
Okay.
We did not have any recusals on any items tonight.
Okay. What is your vote?
My vote is aye.
Thank you. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
Come back to me, please.
Okay. Heck?
Aye.
Did I catch it? Aye. Okay. Hennick?
No.
No. Kemble?
Aye.
Aye. Lemmer?
Aye.
Aye. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo? Presta Giacomo?
Aye.
Aye. Rummel?
Aye.
Aye. Skidmore? Skidmore?
No.
No. And Alder Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. That is 12 ayes and 6 noes.
With 12 ayes, the motion to refer passes. We'll mute you all again. And we'll move on to item 64. Which is Legistar 62649, substitute adopting and confirming modifications to the employee benefits handbooks. We do have registrants, starting with Laura Manella of Seminole Highway in support, wishing to speak, representing the Madison City Attorneys Association, to be followed by Dan Rolfs.
Hello. And I'm going to have to ask the question, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So this item 64, well, first of all, I'm Laura Manella, and I'm the president of the Madison City Attorneys Association, and we're a voluntary association of a voluntary labor association representing the assistant city attorneys and the hearing examiner in DCR. And I'm here in support of item 64, and I just want to give everyone some quick background info if you're not familiar with this resolution. This resolution does two things, and it comes out of the action of the Committee on Employee Relations. This committee was created to facilitate discussion and cooperation between management and labor after Act 10 stripped us of our traditional bargaining rights. Amongst the CER's duties are approving changes to our handbook, hearing disputes if we have a dispute about our handbook language, and making recommendations on wages, including any general wage increase. This year, the associations took our agreed items to the CER, which we have to do, but we also brought our concerns about what we refer to as wage equity or wage parity. So this resolution forwards some agreed handbook changes, which are not controversial. And it also, importantly, makes a recommendation to achieve wage equity over time for the general municipal employees. And again, it's an older word, and we really should be calling it wage parity because we don't want to confuse it with other concepts of equity, because it's not the right fit for that word. Really, wage parity means that all employee groups, represented or not, should receive the same raises at the same time as other employee groups. And if not, they should be brought up to par as soon as possible. Right now, the general municipal employees are very out of sync with this. As you know, we voluntarily took no raises in 21, and in January, we'll be behind the other employee groups by 6%. So this resolution represents our request of the CER and their recommendation to you that the city meet with us to come up with a real plan to restore wage parity for our employee groups by the start of 2024. You'll notice that this resolution has a pretty wild fiscal note with a very large dollar amount attached to it. That part of the resolution is not binding, and that was debated at the Finance Committee. That was our starting suggestion for one method to achieve wage equity over a series of years. And it includes retroactive pay for quite a lot of people. Please don't be put off by that fiscal note. The point of this resolution is to direct the city to come up with a realistic plan to restore wage equity or wage parity for the general municipal employees over a series of years. And so we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next resolution is Dan Rolfs of Oak Ridge Ave in support representing MIPSI, to be followed by Neil Rainford.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good. Thank you. As noted, my name is Dan Rolfs. I'm here on behalf of the Madison Professional and Supervisory Employee Association. Association that represents members of compensation groups 18, 43, and 44. So the sort of traditional white collar line staff that you see through engineering and CDD and parks and planning and economic development, places like that. Laura did a very fine job of bringing you up to speed on where all of this is at and how we got to where we are. And given the late hour, I will try to keep my comments short. I would ask that you support this resolution that gets us, moves us toward getting a plan to get us and the remainder of the general municipal employees to wage parity by 2024. We provide good and valuable service to the city. I say that on a regular basis. And frankly, we should be compensated in a way that values our work just as much as any other employees. When there's 18 inches of snow coming down, we're all very thankful for the snowplow drivers. When there's a flood that threatens the city, we're thankful for city engineering and stormwater staff. When a park in your district is redesigned, built, maintained, or improved, we're thankful for our park staff. When Madison residents find housing, if they are experiencing homelessness. We're very thankful for our CDD and CDA staff. I could go on, but you get the point. You are alders of the city of Madison, and you understand the services that are provided through the city. And those services are provided by and large by staff of the city. We deserve to be treated with the same level of respect and compensation that all members are treated with. This resolution is one step toward getting us back to wage parity. In fact, it doesn't even get us there until more than 3 years from today. I hope that we can count on your support to move this forward and begin to bring the general municipal employees back into wage parity with our brothers and sisters in police and fire. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Neil Rainford of Nob Hill, in support, representing AFSCME Local 6000.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Common Council members. Given the late hour, I too will try to be brief. Speaking tonight on behalf of the city's general employees represented by Local 6000 AFSCME. We are the compensation groups 16 and 20, so generally the blue collar employees in the Parks Department and the in the all areas of the city, and the classified staff in all areas of what you traditionally consider City Hall, as well as the compensation groups in the library. And there are 3 of them as well in the library system. All in all, about 1,100 employees who are general employees, and part of this coalition of general employees that includes the City Attorney Association and MIPSI, and we all work together to try to ensure that the voices of the general employees are heard within this large and complex organization that is the city. And tonight we come before you, as Dan and Laura have indicated, to ask that you support wage parity, and noting that the city's general employees will be about 6% behind the other, particularly the police and fire compensation groups, effective the beginning of 2021. And that in addition to that, there are other inequities in terms of the requirements that the general municipal employees pay their higher percentage of their health insurance premiums, and that the those employees are also seeing at least present some furloughs, which further reduce our income in the coming year. And so for all these reasons, we thank you for your consideration of this matter and ask for your support, not only to affect the changes that we have tentatively agreed upon with the city's HR administration, but also to advance this recommendation that the municipal employees be brought into wage parity. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. We also have Eric Halverson of Mammoth Circle in support, available to answer questions, representing MIPSI, and a number of other registrants, all in support. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, President Carter, let's get a motion.
Move to adopt the substitute.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the substitute. Are there questions for staff? Is there any discussion? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take a few moments to amplify some of the testimony we just heard and explain the substitute resolution a bit further. First, I don't believe that this resolution is controversy at this time. This is a product of a compromise. I appreciate my Committee on Employee Relations colleague and friend, Alderperson Furman, for working with me on this language. The members of the Finance Committee know that this was ironed out at a Finance Committee meeting. because there was a bit of controversy going into that finance committee meeting based on the language that did come out of our Committee on Employee Relations. We have strived over the last many, many years to really provide wage equity, or as Laura Minella appropriately called it, a wage parity over the years between our various compensation groups. And we've done so with pretty good success, frankly, over the years. The reality is given these unprecedented times that we're in with the pandemic and the recession, labor and management just couldn't agree on a path forward to wage parity at this time. I hope that this resolution will encourage the meet and confer process to continue on this question into the new year. And I have every expectation that our Human Resources Department and the Mayor's Office will talk in good faith as part of our meet and confer process with the labor associations on this question, because it really is critical. It's the right thing to do. And again, I also want to stress that the last line of that fiscal note is a fiscal note from the original version of the resolution. So please don't be confused, my colleagues, on the last kind of earth-shattering pop out of your eyes line item in the last resolution, the last fiscal note sentence. The rest of the fiscal note is completely 100% accurate in terms of the updates to the employee handbook. That's what we're doing tonight in large part. But the issue, the very important issue of wage parity is not in any way, shape, or form a part of the fiscal note tonight with this substitute resolution. So I urge your support, and I hope that a unanimous vote will again further bolster and encourage that the meet and confer process continue between the voluntary labor associations and our management staff, HR department, and the mayor's office, so that we can have a comprehensive package come before us in the new year, as opposed to waiting for the next budget process relating to the 2022 operating budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Kemble.
Thank you. Yeah, and thanks to everyone who has worked on this. I thought I had asked to be added as a sponsor, and I didn't see myself on the Legistar item. So if I could please be added as a sponsor to this item.
The clerk will add Alder Kemble as a sponsor. Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. It's been moved and seconded. Oh. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Would you add me as a sponsor, please?
Clerk will add Alder Harrington McKinney as a sponsor. Alder Hennick.
Yes, I just had a question for staff on I guess it's from the city's reply. There's the tab on here, the city's reply to MCAA position paper. And I just kind of wanted to get a little bit of background on how the legislation has come through and what that is speaking to.
Alder, we can try Mr. Donahue. Harper, if you're here. Harper, can you speak to the response to the MCAA paper? I'm not sure if Mr. Donahue is there. And I'm not sure who else could speak to that. Harper, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, but you should be unmuted on our end.
Yeah, Harper, I'm not sure if you have a separate mute function on your headset that maybe is pressed, but you're unmuted according to Zoom.
Alder, let's see if we can get Harper connected and come back. All right, so then Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I did want to say I do appreciate the compromise on this. I support it, and I thought also, and I apologize for this, I thought I was a sponsor. I'd like the clerk to add me as a sponsor. Thank you.
The clerk will add Alder Furman. Alder Rivera.
Thank you again, Mayor. I will attempt to answer Alderperson Hennick's question. It's a good one in the absence at this time of the HR director. And that is, if I understand Alderperson Hennick's question, he was specifically asking about the attachment in Legistar entitled City of Madison Reply to Madison City Attorney Association position paper. So if I'm understanding the question correctly, what this is the HR department's official response to a written, I'll use the word wish list. Please don't take offense, President Manella or anyone else. Wish list on behalf of that voluntary labor association. Frankly, because of the larger issue of wage equity or wage parity, the Committee on Employee Relations never discussed each of those specific each of those specific requests and proposals by the City Attorneys Association. They were not, as I understand it, officially moved forward as part of the meet and confer process in a large way by the Labor Coalition. So it's not to say that they aren't good requests, important requests, but they were honestly never discussed in any detail whatsoever at our couple of recent Committee on Employee Relations meetings or at the Finance Committee where this resolution was discussed. Again, the City Attorneys Association could bring up one or more in the future, but none of them are technically before us really at this time tonight, and they're not part of the substitute resolution. I hope I answered the question. And obviously, if Mr. Donohue's now available, he can correct me if I misstated anything, or Alderperson Furman or anyone else can weigh in if I got any of that wrong.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any further questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted. And we will move on to item number 74, which is Legistar 62417, recreating sections of the MGO to update regulations concerning cannabis and revise bail deposits for violations thereof. On item 74, we have one registrant wishing to speak, Stacy Harbaugh of Norris Court.
Stacy's not here.
All right. Then on item 74, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Not a question for staff. Please add me as sponsor.
Add Alder Harrington McKinney as a sponsor. Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff? Or is there discussion? Alder Revere.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I know the hour is quite late and we still have other items to get to. But since this item was removed from the consent agenda, not by myself, but because Stacy Harbaugh did wish to speak in favor of these items, I will just take a moment to take advantage of that opportunity. By the way, Stacey Harbaugh did communicate with me in the last hour, and the hour got too late for her, so she apologizes that she couldn't share her testimony tonight. I just really want to take a moment to state that this initiative is long overdue. I will blame myself in part for not making this more of a priority. It's something that I have been working on for the last couple of years. The reality is that we shouldn't even be talking about this tonight. It, of course, is preposterous and outrageous that the Wisconsin state legislature has not moved long ago toward legal and regulated adult use of cannabis like so many other states have across the country, including many of our neighboring states. It's absurd that our community residents of our community can simply drive down to South Beloit and legally purchase marijuana at a dispensary there now. And the same should be true here. Just think of all the tax revenue and all the good it could do across our state. The other thing I want to highlight, equity's come up several times in our conversations tonight on many different agenda items, and that's totally appropriate and important to do so. I do really want to take the minute here to amplify real data that the police department was gracious enough to provide to me. And the reality is that, and some of you heard me say this in my testimony at the Public Safety Review Committee last month, but based on a 20-year study of casual possession of marijuana ordinance citations issued by the Madison Police Department over the last 20 years, approximately 51% of those citations were issued to whites, and a little over 43% were issued to blacks. That, of course, is despite the fact that our black brothers and sisters in no way are anywhere close to 43% of our community's population today, and despite the facts that studies show that there is absolutely consistent use between black and white and brown and other races and ethnicities in their use of cannabis. So there is undeniable racial disparities. They are profound. They exist here, and I appreciate Chief Wall providing that data and other interesting data for our use in this analysis. So I do want to thank him. I also want to thank Assistant City Attorney Marcy Paulson for assisting with both this item and the two other related items on tonight's agenda, one that I believe we'll get to momentarily, and one that was approved on the consent agenda, item 76. I lastly want to thank so many of my colleagues for agreeing to sponsor this important initiative. By my count, we now have 18 members of the Common Council co-sponsoring this initiative, plus the mayor. And I really want to thank all of you for your support and your co-sponsorship of this initiative, with the special thanks to my friend, Alderperson Presta Giacomo, the main co-author of this initiative, for all of his assistance and encouragement over the last several months as this moved forward. So thank you all. And again, I wish we didn't even have to have these items on our agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, item 74 is adopted. That takes us to item 75. And we had the same set of registrants, Ms. Harbaugh in support, Rin Stotts of Fordham Ave, available to answer questions, but I don't think that they are here with us, and a few others also in support. So President Carter, a motion?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 75. Are there any questions or is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 75? Seeing no objection, item 75 is adopted. And that will take us to item 83. Item 83 is Legistar 62988, creating a voluntary time away program for City of Madison employees for 2021. We have registrants, starting with Lara Manella of Seminole Highway, representing the Madison City Attorneys Association, to be followed by Dan Rolfs.
Hello again. Thanks for still being here and working late tonight. So item 83, oops, and I'm getting some feedback here with a beeping sound.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So item 83 is a resolution that promotes a voluntary furlough program. And you probably all remember the debate about it. It was just last week on operating budget amendment number 11. This resolution was meant to complement whatever furlough program ultimately followed, if one must be used at all. We continue to respectfully ask all decision makers at the city to try a voluntary furlough program first before resorting to the mandatory furloughs that were included as part of the budget. We continue to have concerns about how mandatory furloughs will work. For one thing, we aren't sure that there are no WRS consequences. So I hope if there's time for questions of staff that maybe you could follow up on that, because the WRS calculates our pension based on highest, I believe it's the last highest 3 years of pay. And this will reduce pay for people. So anyone who's in a retirement, having an upcoming retirement, this could negatively impact their WRS. Secondly, we think the idea of waiting at least until the end of the first quarter is a very good idea. And we hope that the people who are in charge of making this decision will consider doing that to see if it's possible that the city receives any kind of federal or state aid that might offset this budget hole that's being plugged with our wages. Third, we feel the jury's still out on exactly how many days everyone will have to take and how that will be decided. And we're just not clear on what is the decision-making process for deciding those things. There's an APM work group, but labor's actual role on that group is not entirely clear to us. So we respectfully suggest that there's much more room to actually involve labor in these decisions, and a voluntary program would be our first ask if we were asked. We believe a program like what the county did can definitely go a long way towards chipping away at the 1.2 million budget figure that has been placed upon us and our wages. And finally, regardless of any debate that there may be about the executive powers when it comes to furloughs, our ask is simply that all city decision makers consider and allow a voluntary program first before resorting to mandatory furloughs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dan Rolfs of Oak Ridge Ave in support, representing MIPSI, to be followed by Neil Rainford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I assume you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. Just here to speak in support of this tonight. Ms. Manella did a very nice job of summarizing things. So again, I will keep my comments short. This resolution really just provides an opportunity to work with labor and the city to address, obviously, the city's serious fiscal concerns going into 2021. Mandatory furloughs are a very challenging thing for employees to swallow on top of receiving no wage increase in 2021, while also facing increased costs for healthcare. As unpleasant as furloughs are, working with employees and demonstrating some flexibility, I think, can find a better solution for all involved. Normally when people say win-win, I'm the first person to check my wallet, but I think a voluntary time away or a voluntary furlough system could serve both sides in this situation. For instance, we conducted just a snap survey of our members in MIPSI, and over 100 employees pardon, over 100 employees indicated that they would be willing to take as few, 1 day. Most were willing to take 2, 3, or more days of furloughs that would help their family situation, their home life, whatever it was, that they would help them out. And I believe that there are probably quite a few other folks out there that would be willing to take more than just those few furlough days that might offset whatever mandatory requirements could come out afterwards. I think asking for support in this is really just, as Laura said, a simple thing in the sense that it's a way to collaborate with labor and make a unpleasant situation slightly better, not only for the city, but for employees as well, so that it can be more useful to folks who could use the time and less onerous for folks who may end up still taking a day or two of furloughs throughout 2021. Appreciate your time. Hope we can get your support. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Neil Rainford of Nob Hill Road, in support, representing AFSCME Local 6000.
Thank you again, Mayor and Alders, for the opportunity to address you tonight. I want to just reflect on a couple of memorandum that you've received in the past couple of weeks. One was received from Mr. Schmidtke in the finance department, and it made a couple of assertions generally that I have had different experiences with. And one of the greater assertions is that based on this year's use of voluntary time away over at the county, where I also represent the vast majority of the county's employees, that it would likely yield only a couple $100,000 in reductions in payroll, essentially. And although that is true for the year 2020, the year 2020 is not a good indicator of what I think would occur if we made this plan available. And it's not a good indicator of what has happened at the county. Some years ago, kind of in the wake of the 2008 crisis, when the budgets were still low at the county, a voluntary time away plan was offered, and employees were encouraged to take it to try to prevent furloughs and other cuts to compensation and benefits. And employees at the county, again, a similar sized organization, responded in a way that yielded almost $750,000 in savings. I think the number was somewhere in the high 600,000 range. And that tapered off slowly over the next couple of years. And then 2020 was a pretty low year because, frankly, a lot of people weren't taking any extra time off because there's nothing to do. There's nowhere to go. It's the pandemic time. So wanted to reflect on that. Also, we do have some concerns, as Laura mentioned about the use, about the effects on the Wisconsin retirement system, pensions, as well as, potentially Social Security contributions and Social Security payments. Ultimately, mandatory furloughs would seem to have an impact on those, and the memorandum from Mr. Schmidtke suggests that the city has a way to work around that. That didn't really square with my experience and understanding of the WRS system. And so I reached out to Mr. Schmidtke directly and asked him, well, couldn't the same processes be used to have the same limiting effects if we had a voluntary time away program? And my understanding of Mr. Schmidtke's response is that yes, the same types of procedures could be used. So I'm sorry, did you say 30 seconds?
That's your time, Neil.
Thank you.
Thank you. We also potentially have Clifford Blackwell in support, Walt Jackson in support, representing Local 6000, and Eric Halverson of Mammoth Circle. Walt is from Stoughton, and Eric Halverson of Mammoth Circle in support, representing Madison Professional and Supervisory Employees Association, all available to answer questions. Are there any questions for any of our registrants? Alder Kimball.
Neil, could you finish your remarks, please?
Thank you, Alder Kimball. Those generally were the remarks that I wanted to share with regard to Mr. Schmidtke's memoranda to you recently. In addition, I have shared with the Alder's response to today's memoranda that came from the City Attorney's Office. And in a general sense, what I would share with you is that the memorandum from the City Attorney's Office does concede that there are significant gray areas with regard to the role of the council and the executive in making these kinds of decisions, and that as it admits there's some debate when drawing lines of authority in specific instances. And finally, that memorandum concedes that because there are no statutes or court decisions which specifically address the authority to create and impose furloughs, the author of that memo recognizes that the conclusions drawn are somewhat of a judgment call. And that's a quote from the memorandum. But I think it's important to recognize on the part of the council, and this is detailed in an email that I sent to you relatively recently so you can read it for yourselves, is that as the memo details, Wisconsin Statutes 6211 parent 5 describes the authority of the Common Council as follows. Quote, the council shall have the management and control of the city property, finances, highway navigable waters, and public service. And it goes on to say after a bit that the powers hereby conferred shall be in addition to all other grants and shall be limited only by express language. And I think for the council, it's important for you to recognize that nowhere did it identify any express language that would limit the Common Council's management and control of, first, the city's finances, and second, its public service. And that I hope that the council considers that and that it doesn't lightly concede those important powers. Furloughs, especially as they've been constructed, are primarily an issue of the city's finances and its public service and its employees' annual compensation that provide for those public services. And the Common Council has long approved the annual compensation of its employees, whether that occurs through the approval of collective bargaining agreements, employee handbooks, or across-the-board wage increases. The Common Council is well within its rights to continue to exercise these important, long-standing traditions. And we hope that you don't relinquish that authority when mandatory furloughs threaten the annual income of the city's general employees, especially during this pandemic that has caused widespread hardship and especially when unexplored alternatives, the likes of which we've suggested here tonight, exist. So we do hope that you also recognize that the resolution before you, 62988, is a way in which the council can exert an opinion. It's the council may take the opinion that working collaboratively with the employees is a more productive approach and more consistent with our community's values to respect labor's voice and to work cooperatively than the approach that's been taken thus far. And so thank you for your time tonight and ask for your support.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for registrants? Alder Alboris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not a question. So I just want to be listed as a co-sponsor on this. So whenever that's appropriate.
Alder, the clerk will add you as a co-sponsor. Seeing no other questions, are there questions for staff?
One more.
Alder Foster and then Alder Badar.
Thank you. Yeah, questions for Attorney Haas.
Attorney Haas. Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. So, Attorney Haas, in the beginning of your memo, you referenced this separation, I guess as you put it, the separation and overlap of powers between the executive and legislative branches, specifically in the context of Wisconsin municipalities. Can you help me understand what executive and legislative branches of city government you're referring to in the memo?
The mayor and the council. The executive and the legislative. The mayor and the council.
So you're considering the mayor, the executive branch, and the council, the legislative branch?
Yes.
So I understand that sort of division of branches in the federal and the state government, and kind of as they're established in the Constitution, but I guess I'm not familiar with that concept of the branches of government and city government. So do you have any reference to that? Or because in chapter 62, I guess I went back and reread it a few times and don't see anything that describes the Common Council as a legislative branch nor the mayor as an executive branch.
Well, I did cite some case law that talks about the mayor as the chief executive. That's the executive branch. I think it seems fairly obvious that the council is a legislative branch. I'm not sure what else you would call it. It has legislative responsibilities.
Certainly, as in your memo that you also describe that the mayor has legislative authority. And I guess that leads me to a question. And do you not see that the Common Council has executive or administrative authority as well?
No. I mean, as I laid out in the memo, I think there are Wisconsin Supreme Court cases that do make a distinction between the executive and the legislative branches. I don't think that is a particularly controversial conclusion. It's what our previous city attorney formal opinions have concluded. It's supported by Wisconsin Supreme Court decisions that there is a division between the executive and legislative branches. The distinction is that it's set out in the statutes, not in the Constitution.
You're not aware of any place in the statutes where it actually describes the Common Council as a legislative body or branch?
I'm sorry, my light just went off. I'm pretty sure that there are references to the Common Council as the governing body and as a legislative, the legislative branch of the municipality. I guess I'm a little bit unclear about why that's not a clear point. What else would you call the Common Council if not the legislative branch?
Well, I guess it's not so much what I would call it, but what the statute calls it, which is the local unit of government. I guess I'm having a hard time following the local unit of government, which seems to be one thing that would be interpreted as a legislative branch of the local government.
Well, the local unit of government encompasses all branches, executive, legislative, and judicial branches. That's a local unit of government.
But Chapter 62 specifically describes the Common Council as the local unit of government.
The 62.11, which I cite in the statute, talks about the powers of the council. And then there are court cases that apply that statutory provision, which I would note. I mean, with all due respect to Mr. Ranford, he did neglect to state the opening of that provision, which says, except as elsewhere in the statute specifically provided. And as I pointed out in my memo, that seems to be a reference to among other things, a statute that says the mayor shall be the chief executive officer. Both of those statutes have to mean something. So the mayor has chief executive officer powers and authority, and the council has legislative authority. There wouldn't be Supreme Court cases making that distinction unless there was a difference between the executive and the legislative branches. The court cases, I think, make clear that we no longer have a unified form of government, which seemed to be previously the case in Wisconsin history, but not in modern times when there has been a move away from special charters and a move towards more direct authority of the executive.
I guess maybe I'm not following. I did read all of those court cases, and I didn't see anything like that myself. But sorry, are you asserting that the phrase "the mayor shall be the chief executive officer" somehow confirms global and exclusive executive authority in the hands of the mayor, and particularly at the exclusion of the Common Council? Then,
well, there, as I think the memo and the previous city attorney memos stated, there are some cases where there are shared powers. There are some cases where there are core powers of the executive and the legislative. As I alluded to in the memo, I think if this were a proposal that were submitted through a direct legislation petition, I don't think the council would be required to either adopt or put such a petition to the voters, because the direct legislation statute excludes administrative actions. And I don't think this council would agree that the citizens could require any type of furlough program and force that proposal to a vote or to be adopted.
so I guess, are you suggesting that the Common Council does not hold any executive or administrative power?
I guess I'll just repeat what I said. There are core powers of each of the executive and the legislative, and there are some overlapping and shared powers. In my conclusion, my judgment was, in this instance, this specific example, it is the mayor who has the authority to design and implement a furlough program.
And you determined that by the phrase "shall be the chief executive officer."
And the statute and the court cases, yes.
And so then how do you reconcile the final sentence of that statute that you cited in 6211 that you also did mention, that says limited only by express language? So I guess plain language would seem to say, if there was something that said that it's the mayor's authority to call furlough, then that would be pretty express. But I guess, are you saying that just the phrase chief executive officer is an express limitation on all executive power for the council then?
I guess I would say, you could say that. I would just go back to my statement that the chief executive officer, that term has to have some meaning. And all of the mayor's specific, powers and authority, of course, they're not all specifically spelled out in the statutes. And the council makes policy and some administrative decisions that are also all not specifically spelled out in the statute. So, that where I came down on it, I understand, as I stated, that there is no court case that I can point to that says designing a furlough program is a purview of the mayor. There's no court case that anybody else can point to that says it is in the purview of the council. It's I was asked to review this and to make a call, and I think that's what the council expects of me. I think it is, to some extent, a judgment call, but in my opinion, it's not a toss-up coin flip. And in my opinion, the the legal authority is on the weight of the mayor having the authority to design and implement a furlough program.
Well, and I guess, Attorney, that's why I'm sort of pressing this line of questioning, because that interpretation, I don't know where the limit of that is, because, this is sort of core to our entire work as a common council. And my plain reading of the statute says very clearly that common council has that broadest authority, and only where it's expressly limited do they not. And you seem to be saying kind of the opposite, that just by that phrase of chief executive officer, actually anything that could possibly be within the domain of executive function is off limits for the council.
Well, Foster, I understand you disagree. This is based on, my legal background, experience in reading of the statutes and the case law. I'm not sure what else I can tell you. If you're not convinced, you don't have to accept my opinion, but that's what my conclusion is.
Great, thank you. I do have a couple other questions specifically around the question of furlough. Maybe this will help clear it up. So in your memo, you said that I guess what I gathered is that you did not feel that we had the statutory authority to enact the resolution that's before us right now. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And so is it particularly about the question of furlough, or would you have the same feelings for, I guess, any other executive action?
Well, to clarify, the last paragraph of the memo does, parse out the two parts of the resolution. And in my opinion, the council could direct staff to essentially provide a report about what the savings would be, or what the projected savings would be with a voluntary time off program. But in my opinion, the council could not require the mayor to delay a mandatory furlough program until the second quarter of 2021.
And then, so separate from the language in that resolution that's before us now, is it your opinion that we also then do not have the legislative authority to create a law that would govern how or under what conditions a furlough might be instituted for city employees in Madison?
Yes, it is.
And did you research that question with other municipalities in Wisconsin?
I think I've researched it as much as I can. I don't know how many times I can say there's not a court case that is going to give us a 100% answer on this. The examples that I'm aware of have been where the executive has created and implemented a furlough program. I have consulted with my colleagues around the state, and nobody has given me an example where it's been the governing body that has done so. We've discussed the fact that this is somewhat of a gray area, but that's my judgment, and I think that it's shared by a number of the people that I've consulted with.
So you're not aware of the city of Milwaukee ordinance around mandatory unpaid furloughs?
No.
Which says, so it says approval by the common council. The common council may by resolution impose mandatory furlough time for city officials and employees. You didn't come across that?
I'm not. So these are fact-specific decisions. They're, I acknowledge that this is a judgment call. Okay, that means that other attorneys may come to different conclusions based on their local structure, their understanding of the statutes, and their legal judgment. So, you certainly heard the saying that you put two attorneys in a room and you might get two different opinions. It doesn't mean that one is necessarily wrong or right, and you don't know from a legal. Definitely from a legal perspective, unless you get a court decision on it.
Understand. And I'll end here. I guess just looking at our own Madison General Ordinance then, so like in particular 3.53, so our civil service system ordinance. So sub 3 says rules and regulations. The personnel board shall formulate rules and regulations for the administration of said civil service system, which with amendments thereto shall be subject to approval by the Common Council. The personnel rules will be reviewed at least every 5 years and shall be adopted by the Common Council with the full force and effect of an ordinance. The personnel rules shall provide for the following matters, and among other items specifies the selection, employment, training, probation, promotion, suspension, demotion, layoff, and discharge of all persons in a civil service. So do you have concerns with the validity of that ordinance then?
I didn't hear in that reading that there was any mention of furlough programs.
Oh no, yeah, you're correct. The word furlough is not in there, but so then you think the council does have authority to take action on everything else in that list, including demotion, layoff, discharge, probation, promotion, etc., but not furlough.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that more closely, but it appears that gives the council authority to have some to take actions in those areas.
Yeah, that would be my understanding as well. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
I have a question.
President Carter.
Yes. This is for Harper. Harper, can you describe the process for this?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, good night, everyone. My apologies. I understand that folks were looking for me 45 minutes ago. As an HR director, I feel uncomfortable saying that I was snoozing on the job, but I just want to own that I was indeed snoozing on the job. In regards to where we are right now, I did hear a couple of the comments made by labor, and I just want to talk about how we got here along with where we are with this. So I don't necessarily disagree with, or there are a couple of different things. Folks had made comments in regards to questioning labor's role in the APM. I want to differentiate the conversations in regards to the APM, which will probably be released. That has been finalized at this point. It'll probably be released very shortly. That process started late spring, early summer, when there were discussions in regards to the possibilities of having furlough days for 2020. At that point, we have been able. At that point, we wanted to provide structure. In the past, there were situations in which we did have furloughs. The APM wasn't necessary for furloughs, but we wanted to provide structure so that folks knew what to expect. So the labor relations unit, they did work with labor. We worked with finance. We came up with a high level understanding in regards to what that would look like as far as that impact. And that is separate. I think more so what folks are concerned with is this implementation plan. And I did hear several folks say that labor was brought to the table. These concerns were expressed directly to me. And I just want to speak on, they were at the table. I did lead a group, a furlough work group, if that's what we want to call it. And this is a group that had members from the attorney's office, 6,236, MEPSI. And I just want to own, you have a group of folks with differing opinions at times. And I did really try my best to take in consideration the different viewpoints that were in the room. There were different things that were thrown out earlier in the meetings. At that point, it's understood we're going to have furlough days. I saw my charge as trying to find the most disruptive path for our employees. So once it's understood that we are going to have furlough days, I listened to folks talk about the possibility of having these days bumped up against city holidays. Folks talked about having some type of a path that was least disruptive for some of the lower wage earners with the city. I heard other folks have concerns in regards to that and the impact on older workers. So there was quite a bit of dancing going around. Like there wasn't total acceptance of anything that was going to come from those meetings. I think the only thing that was understood is that folks did not want to participate in furlough days at all. And I respect that and I can appreciate that. I assume that most folks or all the folks on this call also don't want to participate in furlough days, but this is where we're at. And at this point, we're just trying to close the budget. I think as far as while I heard folks from the attorney's office or some of the, folks who we would assume would be some of the higher wage earners, they did mention that they were worried about the impact of some of the support staff, some of the lower wage earners. Folks from 6,000 were very forthright in regards to their needs and the position of most of their members. And they also wanted to have a path that, reduced the burden on lower wage earners. So we kind of walked away with the plan that I presented. And that was, and I think most folks did see the email that went out from the mayor. And what we walked away with is a plan in which they were divided into 3 groups, folks that would take 4 days, folks that would take 3 days and 2 days. And it was based on pretty much the breakdown in wages, with approximately 20,000 to or below 60,000 would take 2 days, 60,000 to 75,000 is 3 days, and above that would be 4 days. Those are rough numbers. But that's pretty much where we walked away. I know there were concerns in regards to the WRS impact, the way that we work with finance, and committee can speak to this himself if you all need, but we are going to set this up as a deduction based on the feedback that we got from labor. And I think everyone is in agreement that as far as the impact of this happening to folks, the least disruptive process would result in having deductions spread out over the 26 pay periods. And that's the route that we went. I believe it was Neil or someone else questioned whether or not we could have those same deductions set up to have the same impact with WRS or Social Security calculations. And I think that Dave kind of weighed in saying that if that was the case, that he didn't see any issues or concerns with that. But that's separate from where we are. There were concerns, there were discussions about having a furlough program. And I think where we landed at is that we wanted to try to come through with some type of voluntary AWOP or voluntary leave program to increase the likelihood that we wouldn't have to come back and try to have additional furlough days. I think folks are comfortable right now that we're looking at no more than the 4 furlough days for 2021. But that's kind of where we are right now. I think the plan is that we will roll out some type of leave program, or we're planning to roll out some type of leave program and revisit that and see if we could have discussions so that if there were savings or gains in areas that we didn't, at the time expect, that somehow could be impact and benefit employees. President Carter, I'm not sure if I answered your question.
You did. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions for staff? Alder Grove.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for joining us, Harper. I did want to ask you just very quickly to clarify something that I think I heard you say earlier, and that is, did you say that it was your opinion that the voluntary labor associations had agreed to the most recent APM draft that they had seen?
I didn't say that they agreed to it. I said that they had opportunities to participate and weigh in. I think there are a couple of things that stood out as far as the APM. I know one thing that, and you probably heard feedback from folks, it does no more than 10 days. That's something as far as management side, we didn't actually want to have a number in there. I believe there are some folks that didn't want any more than 5 days. We landed at 10. I think everyone would like to hope we would not get to the point where we're furloughing folks for 10 days in a year. But other than that, I think folks are pretty much in agreement with the language that we have in the current APM. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, because I had never heard that from the Voluntary Labor Association representatives previously, that they were comfortable or even that they had seen the final draft of the APM.
Sure. And again, I want to differentiate between the conversation about the implementation plan, which we worked on within the past few weeks, and the APM that we did as far as providing structure for furloughs. That was done over the summer.
Right. And just to clarify one more time, and I'm sorry to prolong this, I know it's after midnight, but that spring committee that was working on the APM language, did they are you saying that they're the ones that you thought were comfortable with it, or the most recent kind of implementation conversations you've had with?
It was my understanding that it was the folks from the spring.
Were comfortable
or the summer. With the APM, yes. I haven't heard any concerns other than the number of days that was noted in APM that labor had it all. And if you are aware of any, please share that. Or if folks aren't here from labor, they can please share that with me as well.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, Harper, and thank you for the clarification. And
sure,
if appropriate, Mayor, either now or later, could we see if any of the labor association representatives are still with us to ask them what their understanding was? Without objection.
We do have several of them with us still, Alder Revere, perhaps Laura Manella.
Thank you, Mayor.
Do you wish to bring her back and ask that question now?
If there's no objection of the body, I would love to ask one or more of those individuals. Laura Manella, Rainford.
Go ahead. I think we can bring Laura in. Staff, can we get?
Yep, she's unmuted.
Great. Go ahead, Alder.
No, thank you again, Mayor. Ms. Manella, were you able to hear the colloquy just now with HR Director Donahue?
Okay, oops, I'm here. Yes, Mike, I did hear that your conversation with Harper just now.
Could you on behalf of your association, or perhaps we'll ask Neil Rainford if he's still available on behalf of Local 6000, what your association's positions are on where we're at and the APM process that took place this year and implementation?
Sure, I will try. First of all, so I have to say that, yeah, I am kind of confused because I was aware that much earlier this season, in the spring or in the summer, all of the associations we were definitely given a draft APM, and we were given the opportunity to comment on it, and we prepared a number of red lines. And this was when Erin Hilson, I think, was still working in the labor section of HR. And so we delivered, my recollection is we delivered a red line with our edits and comments on that APM to Erin, who was in charge of the process at that time. Now, I don't recall, and this might just be my memory is not complete on this, but I don't recall hearing back that APM was ever finalized. I literally don't know what happened with it. I kind of thought it was just on hold. So that's my understanding of what I think Harper is referring to, the APM that was finalized in the summer. I was not aware it was finalized. Later in the summer, I was also aware of the request to put together a work group to participate in what I thought was the continued work on that APM, because I didn't think it had been finalized. And I was very busy, so I delegated that to my vice president, Kevin, and I don't think he's on the call at this point. So I can't speak to exactly what happened at that group or what was the purpose of that group. Hearing Harper's explanation now, it sounds like he's saying that the purpose of that second effort was to create some implementation details around an APM that had already been finalized. And that's why I am a little confused, because that wasn't my understanding, but I can't say that it's wrong. It's just not something I was aware of.
Thank you. I appreciate your input. Mayor, is Mr. Rainford available perhaps to either confirm what we just heard from Ms. Manella or provide a different take on behalf of Local 6000?
He is still here.
Yeah, he's in the list. I'm asking him to unmute. Neil, you should have a prompt on your screen. There you go.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mayor. So Neil, you obviously have been listening. Could you give your input as you understand it on behalf of your membership?
Yes. And I did review this in advance of tonight's meeting just to refresh my recollection because it's been some months. And Laura and I worked closely together to respond to Ms. Hilson's request for a response to the draft APM in the period of kind of late June and early July. And in early July, there were a couple of emails back and forth, but the last email was, in my opinion, quite different than what Harper represented this evening. Our response, and I'd be glad to share it with the council, but our response was first that we only we asked that furloughs only be implemented where groups, quote, where groups of employees are represented by a labor organization or voluntary employee associations, that furloughs would only be implemented by the mutual agreement of the employees in the city. If that was our first request, that was rejected by the Human Resources Department. We had a number of other concerns that we advanced with regard to the furloughs. They are many and varied, but they include things like that furloughs would only be implemented in lieu of imminent layoffs. They would only be implemented with a certain amount of notice. We asked that prior to their implementation that the plan would be analyzed using the city's ResJ analysis tools, for example, that their effects on the Wisconsin Retirement System pension program would be taken into consideration and limited in various ways. That employees, would be there would be safeguards put in place to ensure that employees were not, in fact, in a sort of de facto way, required to just perform the work that they couldn't perform on the furlough day that evening or the next day or the next weekend, in the case certainly of professional employees. Frankly, that was the last communication based on my review of our email and my communication with Ms. Manella earlier in the last week or so with regard to that furlough APM that we had with the administration. And so it comes as not a little surprise to us that, the suggestion that the APM is, we've had certainly no additional communication or opportunity to review any kind of final draft or to approve any kind of final draft, and that hasn't occurred with regard to Local 6000. As Laura mentioned, I understand that there was an ad hoc committee that has been assembled really this fall since the mayor announced that there will be furloughs in 2021 for, again, only general employees, and that discussion began, as I understand it, with a request that there be some voluntary component to it and some consideration of the plan that seemed to work well for at least the Local 6000 brothers and sisters over at the county who had used the voluntary time away program successfully in the years of hardship there, and that those requests essentially fell on deaf ears was the report I got back from our two representatives on that committee, and that instead, I think the rest of what Harper shared with regard to that there were that essentially the association's positions were that we don't approve of voluntary furloughs. And I think our message is of mandatory furloughs, pardon me. And I think our message has been consistent in that regard. They decrease our annual income. They put stress on employees whose families are already under stress. And we don't think there are valid approaches to a way to budget the city's financial problems. And so, I think the long and the short of it is there's definitely no agreement on the APM, and there's been no review of the APM with the associations. And, with regard to the developments that happened at the committee this fall, it's more of a picking of poisons once the assertion was made that there will be furloughs, and it didn't sound like there was much consensus on anything there either.
So if I can respond, thank you, Neil. So
I was just, if I could interject, I do want to thank Neil very much for his perspective on behalf of his members. I did want to ask you, not to be rude, Mr. Donahue, but one quick question that I'm probably not the only one that's confused by this. Could you or Your Honor, the mayor, just confirm, is the actual furlough APM actually been finalized? Has it been signed by the mayor? And
yes, it has.
Okay, and when was that, Mayor?
This past week.
Okay, thank you. I certainly don't want to interrupt you, Mr. Donahue, but before I forget, let me just ask, could we, that is all alders and the leadership of the voluntary labor associations, please receive a copy of.
Alder Rivera, as you're aware, once APMs are finalized, it takes a moment for us to process them and get them properly entered and get them out to everyone that's concerned. And that will certainly happen with this, just like every other APM that we do.
Yes, I appreciate that. And I know the ordinance revision specialist who handles that is very busy with her regular work. Do you, Mayor or Mr. Donahue, or for that matter, the city attorney, have any idea when that might be available?
Sure. I would assume that would happen probably within the next week.
Okay, thank you. And again, I apologize for rudely interrupting you, Harper. Please go ahead with the additional information you wish to share with us.
No, I appreciate your discussion. I appreciate Neil's and Laura's comments as well. I actually don't disagree with a lot that they said. I just want to be clear in regards to the role that labor has when we're developing policies. As far as final approval, I don't expect labor to be happy with a furlough program or a furlough APM. I respect the position that Neil took. Like, they don't think it's a good idea. I wasn't directly involved. Aaron did lead that process as far as getting input. But that's, and I just want to be, as candid as possible, but that's pretty much the role of labor when we're developing policies. I made it a priority that I do want to have a check-in point with labor so that they see what we're working on. They have an opportunity to provide input. But from there, we're going to try to take those concerns and incorporate them to the best of our ability. And I think once you actually take a look at this APM, I think Aaron did an excellent job in regards to listening to the concerns of labor and incorporating those into the most recent or to the finalized APM that we do have. Pretty much everything that Neil named, we tried to incorporate that into the APM. So I appreciate the work that Aaron did with that. And from there, getting that, we'll really, like I said, there are different voices at the table. And from there, we'll take the APM to the mayor. We'll take it to the mayor's management team. I'll get feedback from other department heads. And then it's finalized. And then that's when the APM becomes available for everyone. So I do want to differentiate that. So with this implementation work group, they were given a copy of the most recent copy of the APM at that point. Again, I haven't heard any feedback other than the number of days that there's disagreement. So I appreciate the work that Aaron has done with that. And this is pretty much where we're at right now. There are differing views. There are folks that feel that, I think for the most part, what I heard from people at the table is that they're not happy about furloughs. That's what I expect to hear. I don't think anyone is happy about furloughs. I heard folks talk about the possibility of being able to bump these days against holidays. I think the way that we created this is that with the 26 pay periods, it'll be treated as if similar to the way that we treat our floating holidays, which will give you flexibility, negotiate a day that works best for you and your supervisor to use those days. As far as the impact on WRS with the deductions, we tried to address that. I think the most challenging part of this conversation, Neil did mention an equity analysis that was not done But we did have those conversations. I think often we keep talking about equity and how this is going to impact folks. And I just want to be clear, the way that folks are talking about equity, I think they're really talking about what's fair. And I don't know a way that's fair to everyone. So what I did do is listen to the voices that were represented at the table. And they talked about lower wage earners. They tried to come up with a plan to make this the least disruptive for those folks. There are concerns about older workers. The higher wage earners are more likely to be older. Those are just different things that we had to negotiate. We had the deputy city attorney. She was a part of the work group. And it was seen as one of those things that was an unintentional consequence of folks trying to come up with a plan, considering the different voices that were at the table. So I don't disagree with anything that Neil said. I think the differing view maybe is that if Neil has expectation that when we're developing policies that I'm expecting labor to sign off on everything that I do, I don't. And I just want to be clear, I don't. But I do appreciate their voice. A lot of the input that they give us is usually very helpful. And that's something that I've been very intentional about as far as bringing them to the table. But it's not with the expectation that we're going to walk away with a product that they're going to be 100% happy with. But I do, my experience in regards to working with labor is that the product is always improved when their voice is at the table.
Absolutely. And communication with them is so important, Harper. I really appreciate that. I really pain to ask one more question. I really pray it's my last because I realize Alderperson McKinney's been very patient and been seeking recognition for some time now. But just to confirm the APM, where we are with the APM process, did you say that it still needs to go through the process to the mayor's management team? And
we've already done that.
Department heads, or that's all been done? And we're just waiting for it to be published?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that
yes,
the latter, that all that's left is to be published so we could see it any day?
Yes.
Yes, Alder, that's correct.
Okay, thank you both very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Can I have a point of order about putting a motion on the table? There is no motion.
Thank you, Alder. That's an excellent point of order. President Carter, would you like to make a motion?
Oh, let me put my glasses on. Sorry. Move to, move to refer to meeting to adopt to the Common Council. So move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question, and it came up, and I have to walk it back because Alder Evers mentioned it earlier. When we talked about an unbiased measurement and the equity analysis, when we talk about the equity analysis, let's just kind of leave it where it is, and it was not done. Does that add any value toward determining mandatory versus voluntary? Is that tool going to give us some kind of leverage and understanding? This conversation has been circular, and I think I'm more confused than I was going in. And I'm looking for a point to land where there is some kind of clarity for us to move on. And I've not heard that tonight. I thought I was there, but this conversation has really kind of backed me off, and I'm not there. And so with the equity analysis and determining which of these two, voluntary versus a voluntary, and some were saying that, they were in a position to absorb more than the lower wage earners, but that doesn't give us a place to land. I mean, this is a conversation that's kind of, really confused. I'll own it. It's confusing to me. I don't know about anybody else. And so are we at a point, I know that there is on the table, are we at a point that we have everything we need to make that choice? Is there something else that we should be looking at and considering? Because this is very critical for both sides as we move forward.
in regards to alternatives to a mandatory furlough program.
Yes.
I want to try to stay in my lane. I think that this is the way that, you all were responsible for developing and, putting together a budget. At this point right now, my role is to try to come up with structure for a furlough program because this budget was built with a shortfall that will require furlough days. I don't know what we'll get from a voluntary program. I'm hoping that there are indeed real savings there that the city can find, but I don't know if it's appropriate for me to just weigh in regards to what should be done.
So as policymakers, do we have everything that we need? What's missing?
Alder, you have knowledge of the budget, which is that we need to achieve $1.2 million in savings from a furlough program. You have knowledge of the program that HR has designed, which is a graduated program which has the least impact on low-wage workers. You have the request of labor that we not implement a furlough program, and that if we must, that we do so in a voluntary way. And you have staff's assertion that we have no way of knowing how much a voluntary furlough program would achieve in savings. I'm not sure. I mean, we could talk about this obviously for hours.
I know we have talked about it for several hours.
But I'm not sure what more information you would need available to you to make a decision.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second?
Second.
The question has been called. Is there any objection? I see no objection, so we'll move to a vote. The motion is to adopt. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Alder Hennick. Requesting a roll call, Alder Hennick. I'm taking that as a yes. All right, so all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Tierney?
Abstain.
Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Wehealy? Abstain. Is that what you said? Okay. Abbas is excused. Alboris? I didn't hear that.
Can you come back to me?
Yes. Balde?
I believe Alder Balde may have had to leave.
Okay. Vidar?
Aye.
Aye. Carter?
Back to me.
Okay. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Aye. Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Hennick?
No.
No. Kemble?
Aye.
Aye. Lemmer?
Aye.
Aye. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
Aye.
Aye. Rummel?
Aye.
Aye. Skidmore?
No.
No. And Alder Alboris?
Aye.
Aye. And Alder Carter?
Aye.
Aye. That's 13 ayes, 2 noes, and 2 abstains.
Thank you. With 13 ayes, the resolution passes. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. Are there any announcements or introductions from the floor? Seeing none, Alder Wehealy, welcome to the Common Council. And in honor of your first meeting, would you like to make the motion to adjourn?
Yes, I ask the motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjourning? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.